Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us?
I'll be happy to.
Thank you, Lanny.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lanny.
Thank you, sir, for the honor.
Okay, we have no local liquor control board items. Order of agenda. Any changes?
Is Rocket with us tonight?
Oh, Rocket is not with us tonight. Rocket is absent.
He's not on Zoom either.
I don't believe he's on Zoom either.
Okay.
Okay, so then we'll go to public comment. Before we start that, you can see up here, we have this new device, which is our timer. We give generally 5 minutes of time for people to speak, just to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak in a timely fashion and we can continue the meeting efficiently. So when you start talking, you'll see 5. When it gets to 0, it will self-destruct. No, sorry. I will ask you kindly to just sum up your comments. So we've got public comment now. We'll start with people in the room. I'd ask that you address the select board as the whole, no personal attacks, and you will get 5 minutes. So anyone here want to speak? Right after Joe. Yep. You can just go up to the podium after.
Okay.
And just please identify yourself and your town of residence. So Joe.
Joe Major, White River Junction. As some of you know, I am a native of Buffalo, New York. And as fate would have it, I was in Buffalo this weekend. And there was a tragedy this weekend as I was there. A racist individual went into a neighborhood that I lived in and shot 10 people that looked like me. It was a situation where I'm sure people thought that it could not happen to you. It was a supermarket that I used to take my mother to as she got older. And it hurt my heart. And then I think about my adoptive home of Hartford. And I'm sure that many people in this community think it cannot happen here. But just 1 month ago, a young man was caught with pipe bombs and an assault weapon with racial slurs etched into the assault weapon. It can happen here. So what can we do? What's the mechanism for us to get better? The only mechanism that I see right now, and it's a drumbeat that I have been hitting constantly to move us forward, is to institute the strategic plan. Now, I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say I was a bit of the problem, because I sat where you're sitting, board, and had a leadership position, and I did not advance the strategic plan as I should have when I was on the board. That stops today. Madam Town Manager, I implore you to take the lead on this. You be the point person. Select board, support her in advancing the strategic plan to make this community better. Like I said, I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say that I didn't do enough to make that happen when I was on the board. I will continue to be available to make sure that this happens as we go forward. There are some in this community that said, hey, we don't have any racial animus within this community. As I just evidenced by the young man who had an assault weapon, there is. We need to act and be forward thinking, because if not now, when? And if not us, then who? The last thing I will say to you tonight is, when you go home, hug your loved one a little tighter, and then think, there by the grace of God, go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. More public comment? Anything else would you like to go?
Still
Lenny, yes, Jeff.
I think it's, in regards to what Mr. Major has just stated, I think that we should definitely have a review of the strategic plan at our earliest convenience and see how we can put that into motion within the town. So if we can make that available for the next agenda as a priority item, that'll be worthwhile.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Yes.
Marie Elvin. I'm the neighbor to the Haven, and I'm sorry, Joe. It was very upsetting to watch that. I feel the country is in bad shape, and we do need, it can happen here. I can't deliver speeches eloquently. I was just here I wanted to see who had watched the PowerPoint that I had put out about the homeless in Hartford. Tracy, did you happen to watch it?
Generally, at this, Murray, you can make comments to us or ask questions as a board. I don't think we should go around and ask everyone if they viewed the PowerPoint. If anyone on the select board has and would like to comment, they certainly can.
I just sent the thing out, and I assumed that people of interest would look at it.
Right.
And I have heard from those who have watched it, so
Okay.
it's clear that it doesn't matter to the others, I guess.
Well, I don't think there's, people may not have had the time to watch it yet.
True. And there was another thing I wanted to bring up about the committees, as far as people being on multiple committees, like
Okay.
Ally's on this homeless committee, and she's here at the select board. I mean, I know that there is benefits to being on different committees. However, I feel that in many aspects, it seems like part of the board is working against what, I don't know, it seems like it could be a conflict of interest. Okay, if you're for the homeless, then you're on these committees supporting the homeless cause, but you're not necessarily representing the whole town. And another thing that was just another comment that I had, and I had to share this story because I was just shopping up there at the Cloverleaf, and we got to talking about the homeless. And the lady up there, she said, yeah, my friend, she said her daughter was walking past the cemetery one day and a man just exposed himself. And now her daughter doesn't want to walk to school. Now, I don't care how many police you have out there, stuff like this is going to happen. I'm very concerned about that Hartford area in relationship to the schools and then trouble it's going to create for the kids. They are already exposed to more than they need to be. And this additional 40 people up there is only going to increase that situation. And so that was another shocking story. And actually there was another, the owner, Pat, said, you can share this, when they were down there in Connecticut by the Sandy Hook catastrophe that happened down there. There was actually a sign posted that said, the best welfare help in town or in the area, go to White River Junction, Vermont. So there's advertisement to come to the Haven in White River because of the good work they do. But it's also bringing people from way outside the local area. And I don't think that's correct either. We need to get a hold, this is going to take over the town. It really is. And I would like to, there is a lot of controversy about the the homeless. There's the group that wants to help. It's not that I do not want to help the homeless. I want to help them just as much as anybody. But putting singles up by that school is not a good idea. And I would like to suggest that a town survey be done. Is there any reason why we can't put out a town survey to all the residents of Hartford and get everybody's opinion? There are many people who agree with me. And I think a lot of people just don't dare to speak up because they're afraid. They're afraid they don't want to look bad for helping the homeless. It's not that I don't want to help the homeless. We got to think ahead. Adding 40 more adults up there is not going to be a good thing for the schools at all. It really isn't. And so I would like to consider a town survey for the taxpayers, or so we can decide. I mean, if the whole town of Hartford feels that's the place to do this and it's a good thing, hey, that's okay, I guess. I'll have to learn to live with it, and we'll see what unfolds.
Okay.
What I've seen what has unfolded for the last 14 years since the current adult shelter has come in, and it hasn't gotten any better. A lot of it does depend on the director. We had some good directors in the past. I'm not saying Michael is not a good director, but I'm saying he's trying to do a lot more than he really has a hold of. And they're expanding beyond control up there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Randy?
And Maria, I appreciate, your thoughts on this. I did see the video. I have empathy for people that live in the neighborhood. I feel in a way, I'm an outsider looking in on this because I live outside of Queechee and I don't have this. So I do not live in a neighborhood that will be impacted. So I have to make that statement quite clear. I have my own thoughts on whether it's a good idea or not, or whether it's should be there. I'm going to refrain from those this evening. One thing you have to remember when it comes to projects like this, a lot of the decision making, or most of the decision making, I should say, is taken away from this board, and they're in the form of the planning commission and the zoning board. So while I appreciate your coming to this board with your concerns, we can neither advance or halt the project up there at Haven. We do not have that power to do so. In terms of committees that are within the town, there is, I think, reevaluation of committees that needs to take place. I certainly can have a lot of empathy for your situation, and I understand how you are right to think that the character of the neighborhood will be different, and it will be. And anyone that can tell me that it's not, when they put up a 3-story building that's going to tower over top of the other neighbors around them is not right. So while I really do appreciate what you're saying and what you're going through, realize that we have limited abilities as this board. And I do feel what you're going through, and I do empathize with you.
Thank you.
And it's a problem within Hartford that we cannot ignore. As far as homeless, it's something that's going to be here. It is here. It's going to be here. And I don't want to say, a lot of the term NIMBYism is thrown around, but I don't think that's the right term, because no one in this town can tell me, and I believe that there's no one in this town that would feel comfortable with a 3-story structure looming over top of their property with homeless people going into it. If there is, and maybe I'm misspoken, I would like to hear from those people. And I do believe that we have a duty as a town to help out this population. But I believe there are a lot of considerations that need to be taken into place. Again, I'm trying to tread lightly here, that need to be taking place as far as where and how this is addressed. So I do appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is there additional public
The
comments?
survey is something that you guys can do.
Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Marie. So, yeah, your idea about a survey is an interesting one, and I don't have the answer to that, but I will say that's something that has come up in past board meetings, and I think maybe mentioned in some of the community engagement meetings around the project that you're speaking about, is this idea of, okay, if folks aren't feeling safe, and, you know, when we're saying folks, I mean everyone. I mean anyone in our community, including folks who are unhoused as well as those who are housed. We want everybody to be safe. So an idea has come up around a community public safety review. So thinking about public safety in a more broad way, which isn't just, you know, police, fire, and dispatch as we might think of public safety, but is thinking about mental health as well, is thinking about other services that help make folks feel safe. And so I think that's not, you know, something like a Google form that goes out. That's a much more extensive process to engage folks in a broader discussion. But I want to offer that because I think as you bring up, and as Lanny, you spoke to, it is complex. And there isn't necessarily a one size fits all, but that public safety review, I would just encourage folks to stay abreast of that conversation because I think it will be meaningful for the community. And I did watch your PowerPoint and appreciate the time you put into it. And appreciate the complexity and appreciate that you highlight the complexity around mental health and challenges, substance misuse, et cetera, that may come up. And what I want to offer and caution is also generalizations about groups of people. I want to recognize that, again, it's complex and there are some folks who may be unhoused who may engage in unsafe behaviors. And there are also unhoused folks who I would not characterize as such. And I would say are really in dire straits and have had really challenging situations outside of their control. And so I think it's our responsibility not to stereotype and generalize around groups of people, which was something that was coming up for me when I was watching a PowerPoint. So I just want to be honest about that. But I will leave it there.
Thank you, Ally. Is there additional public comment?
I just want to follow up on that. Like,
Okay, quickly, please.
one of the things that definitely needs to be stated, though, that you mentioned a safety aspect. Everyone out there listening, if you see something that's going on, please contact the police department. That's, I mean, right now, that's our recourse we have to, is the police department. And I realize that we're short-staffed, but if you see something happening, please reach out to the police department. Do not take action into your own hands. Reach out to our police. Thank you.
Thank you, Lanny. Comment in the room? Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yeah, David, can you bring Mike over?
Here, I'll show this to you, I guess.
Mike, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, Mike, are you on?
Mike, can you unmute yourself? And yeah, I guess. Try Heidi.
Okay, Mike, we'll come back to you. We're gonna try Heidi next. Heidi, can you hear us?
Excuse me. Hi, this is Kathy Melisick, but for some reason I was unmuted instead of Mike by the,
Okay.
we're
Do
doing
you
this.
have a comment for us, Kathy?
Believe it or not this time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, thanks for letting us know. You know, we encourage you to comment, you know, at a future meeting. So I think we're going to try to bring Heidi over.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can't hardly speak because I have COVID, so
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I apologize. Bear with me.
Yeah. And Heidi, if you could just identify yourself for the record.
Heidi Duta, White River Junction, Vermont.
Okay.
It was brought to my attention that Bob Cormier, our police administrator, was leaving. And I was just wondering if you could give me an update on the police search, the police chief search.
Okay.
And what
Thanks.
we were going to do, because we were extremely understaffed and with him leaving, with Mr. Cormier leaving, how we were going to move forward and what the status is.
Okay, thank you. Tracy, I know you updated us on the search maybe last time, but if you could just tell us what's going on, if we have any.
Yeah, do you want
plans
this
for-
now or at the town manager's report?
We might as well do it now.
Okay.
I don't know.
So where we are, let me then pull up my notes because that was coming up. Where we are in this search, Heidi, is let me go down into that. The advisory committee met and gave me some collaborative and thoughtful feedback on the draft candidate profile. And that, along with the job description, were provided to our contractor IACP on the 6th. They did anticipate releasing them on the week of May 9th. Unfortunately, I got an email back from them looking for more additional marketing photos. And I have an email out to them or a reminder to do an email tomorrow asking them when exactly the posting will be open.
Do we have any update on Mr. Cormier?
Yeah, so Bobby is off to, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the town, Belfast, Maine, which is where his wife lives. So we're very excited for him to be close to family. And we're currently working on the actual logistics of the chain of command at this time. So unfortunately, I can't provide a public update as that is a personal.
And do you know when his last day is?
He'll be here through the 28th.
Through the 28th. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Lane?
Yeah, just one question, Tracy. So you currently, the position has not been advertised whatsoever right now for the police chief, correct?
No, IACP has not opened that position.
Okay, and will we be doing anything for an internal or just strictly through ICP?
Yeah, like we've talked about before, IACP will do the first round of basically what in HR speak is mid-quals or minimum qualifications. So they're going to sift through that first pile of just generally sent in resumes to make sure that they meet the qualifications of the position and do some initial interviewing with their panel of experts. And they have some really amazing law enforcement folks on that panel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's try and get Mike back on.
Mike, can you try to unmute again?
Mike, can you hear us?
Maybe, Mike, if you're having difficulty getting through, maybe you could try to email myself or Tracy and we'll come back to you.
We have other Zoom comment
Not at this time.
at this point. All right, maybe just give it another minute or so. I'd like to give him the chance right now to talk if you'd like.
I just want to confirm he's pulled over and is able to unmute himself.
He's not made it.
But he's okay.
Mike, you had your hand up. We're trying to get your comment. If you're muted, please unmute. I think if you can get back on later, you could try logging off and logging back on. And if we want to do that, when you get back on, put your hand up, we can bring you over. Then
There's
maybe.
a phone number now with a hand up. Maybe.
Oh, okay, maybe that's it. Let's bring over the phone. You have to unmute yourself on the phone. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Whoever has the phone number ending in 1391, if you can unmute yourself.
There should be instructions at the top of the agenda. Press *9.
To raise your hand.
To raise your hand, but I don't. It's the same. *9. Okay, Lori Hirschfield.
Hello, is that better?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Mike Morris. My computer is not muted. I don't know what's going on.
Mike, can you turn off the microphone on your computer because you're echoing? All right, try that.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Sorry for the confusion here. I don't know if it's on my end or what.
No problem.
Anyways, I was calling in tonight. I've been meaning to call in for some time, but I have some questions about things in the past of people working from home and everything else. And I've heard different reasons for this and everything else, but something that I've really been paying attention to and watching and hearing from different people is that I understand that our town manager, who's the day-to-day operations manager of the town, basically the CEO of our company here, works from home on a regular basis. And I don't understand why, when she has a private office separated from the public, and she's supposed to be the leader of our town, and to be available as much as possible. And I also understand it's a regular basis of mostly Fridays that she's gone. So I'm asking the board, why is this going on? If you look at our employee handbook and everything else, it talks about being at job sites, designated job sites. So I guess she's given reasons why other employees work from home. I'm asking, why is she working from home?
Okay. Well, I guess I'll let Tracy answer to the extent she's comfortable with it. It does seem like we're getting into the personnel details and her management.
I don't think that this is an appropriate conversation. We've had this conversation with this same resident multiple times about the staff. If you all, in my employment, that's a private conversation in room 2.
Okay. Lanny?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question about this. Tread gently here. So what is the percentage? I shouldn't say that. No, let me try to approach this differently. You as a town manager have the ability to authorize other employees to work from home. I'm talking to you, Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who authorized you to work from home, I guess, is the question.
I spoke to the chair and the vice chair when I began this arrangement, and then I've spoken to the chair and vice chair about my continuing arrangement.
Okay.
Again, if you all want to have this conversation, this is not a conversation, in my opinion, for public comment before a really long agenda. It's a conversation that we agenda.
I understand that. And I'm not making public comment. I'm making a comment as a select board member who is, along with the rest of the members on this board, your superior. So I'm asking you a question of who it is that you asked for.
Lanny, I don't think the term superior is appropriate.
What I'm asking is it is not appropriate for the town manager to get guidance from the chair or the vice chair when the town manager works for the entire board. If it's a consensus of the board, I'm 100% behind
the hall and
that.
discuss
So,
this.
but I just want to make sure
that
that
be a discussion, if sufficient members of the select board have interest in this, that we can have an executive session. So
Well, I just think that
will end that conversation. I just don't see a point.
I remember-
We shouldn't be discussing this. If we manage Tracy, we do it, we discuss it in executive session.
then
So
we
I
need
think we
to
should
we
move
need
on.
to we need to have an executive session to understand what this is.
Okay, I hear your point, and if we have sufficient support from the rest of the select board to discuss it, we can. It's going to be at a future meeting. It's not going to be
I
tonight.
understand that, but
Ally?
Yeah, and Lanny, I'm uncomfortable with the tone that you were just using to address our town manager, and I would just ask that you be mindful of that moving forward, because it read to me as disrespectful.
Thank you, Ally.
I appreciate that, but Tracy works for the select board. Tracy, I'm sorry, the town manager, my apologies, works for the select board. So she does not work for the chair nor the vice chair. She works for the select board as a whole. The chair and the vice chair have no other ability to authorize the town manager to do anything. They only have the authorization to set up agendas and the power that we give them. So there is no power within the chair or the vice chair to decide what the town manager's hours are for working from home. I just want to make that quite clear. And
Thank you,
I've
Lenny.
been
We
pushed
can
back many
discuss
times.
this in executive session. We don't talk about the personnel business of the select board here. That's for executive session, okay?
This is
I appreciate what you're saying. I will take it into account that you want to have an executive session on an upcoming agenda, and I think that's something we may do. Is there any other public comment?
Kathy Novichik.
Okay, please bring Kathy over and then. And Kathy, let me know when you're on.
Kathy, you're.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
I kept getting the mute, unmute thing from whoever's directing the camera and all. Anyway, it's me now. Hi, Kathy Melisick, Wilder, Vermont. And now I have something to say, which
Okay,
is,
let's go ahead.
and for some reason, I lost your video. Okay, now you're back. I'm also extremely uncomfortable with both Mr. Morris's and Mr. Collins's tones. This sounds like an attack on our town manager. And I agree. It seems to me that yes, personnel matters like this should indeed be held in executive session. And I just wanted to be on record with that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Heidi has her hand up. Jim.
Who else?
Heidi.
We'll get Dave. Dave is coming up. He's.
Good evening. I'm David Briggs from White River Junction, and I would like to make a comment as a citizen reflective of the terrible circumstance that transpired in Buffalo, New York this week. And out of that experience for me comes a much more vivid, formal, and discernible definition of the words white supremacist. It's not just a vague demographic or sociological term. It's come to refer to specific individuals that we don't sadly know who they are until they manifest themselves in the way that this one did. And I think this plays into circumstances we've had over the last several years where some people have thought we were distracted from doing the work of the town, say in public works and things like that. And you all know that I'm an enthusiast about public works and all those things that we get to do here at the grassroots. But if small towns don't speak in this particular moment out to the rest of the nation, I'm doubtful that we're going to get this message out. It can't come from top down. It's got to come from places like this. And Vermont is good at this. We've done this over the years, and I'm proud of Vermont for that reason. I'd just like to say to some of my mates who might fear that we're getting distracted again for things that aren't as important as public works, that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And we ought to take this one really seriously, because the words white supremacist now are not a fuzzy thing. And to use a well-coined phrase, they walk among us. And we found that out in Buffalo, and it's pretty sad. That's my feeling on it. And I would encourage you to think in both channels about what's good for the daily business of the town and what's good for the town to say to the nation. And I trust you to do a good job on that.
Thank you very much, Dave. So let's bring over Heidi.
Hi, this is Heidi Duto from White River Junction. I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible, but this has been an ongoing issue and I'm not going to take sides here. I think this needs to be addressed in a mature way where it's discussed, it's handled, not only on the side of addressing who's at work, but also how people of the town of Hartford are being addressed and getting answers. I think everything needs to be readdressed, how public relations are being handled. I think everything needs to be hashed out. I think it needs to just be looked at overall. That's my suggestion. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Heidi. Anyone else? Ken? Okay, well, we're going to move on from public comment to select board comments and announcements. I will start with Kim and we'll work our way down.
Thank you. I have 3, actually. I lost the, last week on May 11th, I attended the VLCT webinar on, I think it was called Legal and something meetings. I could find it. But anyway, once the recording is posted, I'm gonna share it with the select board and strongly recommend that you view it. If you don't have time to watch the whole thing, the second section was extremely helpful. It was a facilitator from a UVM extension program who talked a lot just around having healthy dialogue and communication in public meetings. And some stuff was pretty basic, but other stuff I found to be very, very informative. So I strongly encourage all of us to, I didn't see any of you on it, so I'm not sure. I don't think you attended, but and then 2 other things. Just last weekend was a great success for the 6th annual JAG Fest, which is a festival of new works by Black and LGBTQ writers, producers, actors, and they did 3 original works in the Briggs Opera House. And then upcoming May 20th to the 28th or 29th is the White River Independent Film Festival, also mostly at the Briggs Opera House. There's a free screening here at Lyman Point Park. These are great, like Hartford-based nonprofit arts organizations that are doing really incredible work here in the Upper Valley. So I just encourage folks to check it out. And there's some very thought-provoking films, and there were very thought-provoking plays last weekend. So please get your tickets.
Excellent. Thanks, Kim. Dan, anything? Mary?
Nothing.
Al?
Yeah, I have 2 things. I first just wanted to say thank you to the Hartford Community Coalition. They hosted several different discussions around town, kind of open-ended dialogues around public safety and what folks are thinking and feeling about public safety and what they might need to feel safer in our community more broadly. So the session I attended, I just appreciated the honesty from folks who attended, as well as just the opportunity for that open dialogue. And I also did want to take a moment to acknowledge the shooting in Buffalo this past Saturday and the way it may carry into our community. I did have a statement prepared just on behalf of me, but I think I'm condensing it because Joe spoke to it, I think, better than I ever could, and appreciated your words too, David. But I'm just reflecting, especially because it was just over a year ago in April 2021 that in a select board meeting, I read a statement that was denouncing violence against Black, Latinx, and Asian people, which acknowledged the mass shooting in Atlanta that killed 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women. So being here a year later, where now we have a shooting that's targeting a Black community, is extremely heartbreaking. And to Joe's point, I think we know that it's possible here. As harsh of a reality as it is, we know that it's possible. And so we have to remain ever vigilant and take every opportunity to address and denounce white supremacy in our community. And I don't know much about the young man who committed this violence in Buffalo, but I do wonder what would have happened if he had more people in his life, particularly other white people, who counteracted his hateful feelings and the misinformation he had been absorbing, and reminded him again and again that Black people are human beings that are valuable, indispensable, and deserving of care. Could there have been a different outcome? So to BIPOC members of our community, particularly Black members of our community, I'll never be able to fully understand the pain and the heartache that you might be experiencing right now, but I see you and I hear you, and please let us know what you might need to feel safer. And to white members of our community, check in with your BIPOC neighbors, ask them how they're doing, ask them if they need anything, even if you don't know what the right words are to say, and commit to doing the hard but necessary anti-racist work, which includes having hard conversations with other white people, holding them accountable to work towards racial justice. Do not leave racist comments and actions unattended, because as we can see, that can lead to disastrous consequences. So In collaboration, again, to Joe's point, with the Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion, our school board, we must remain committed to addressing issues of bias and bigotry in our community and to be both intentional and sustainable in carrying out the equity and inclusion strategic plan. And to that end, I want to highlight that the Hartford School Board on Tuesday, May 24th, 6 p.m., so that's next Tuesday, is hosting an equity and inclusion, diversity, equity, and inclusion training and community engagement meeting. So I hope everyone can attend, so we as a community can continue to work to stay accountable to make Hartford a place where everyone feels safe and can thrive. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ally. Lanny, comments?
I have much I would like to say, but I will refrain. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to appointments then. We have a reappointment to consider the application from W. Brett Mayfield for the Parks and Rec Commission for a 3-year term beginning May 17th, 2022 and ending May 16th, 2025. Brett, you do not have to. If you would like to speak, you certainly may.
All I'd say is that the Parks and Rec Department has been dear to my heart for many years. And I, as a president commissioner and chair at this point, I am an active member of the Parks and Rec, which all our members are at this point. And that, I think, is a really great thing to have a commission where the members go out and help, you know, the organization that they're representing. So that's all I have to say. And if you have any questions.
Thanks, Brett. Questions for Brett?
Just like, thank you.
Yes, a sincere thank you. All right, if there are no questions, I will entertain a motion. Dan?
I'd like to make a motion that we reappoint W. Brett Mayfield for the Parks and Recreation Commission for a 3-year term beginning May 17th, 2022, ending May 16th, 2025.
I second that.
We have a second from Mary. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much, Brett. All right, now we're going to go to the town manager's report.
Fantastic. I want to add one more thing that happened today. Many thanks to Chip Haley over in Highway. Move that right there. We've had some problems with Prospect Street and Maple. The timing of the lights at night has been broken. So that module in the light has been broken. So that's why you might be sitting there waiting for a red light to go. We've got the I-98 bridge replacement happening down in New Hampshire, and people are going to be rerouting through town starting 89, thank you. I believe starting even tonight. So we looked at replacing that light pole, that traffic light assembly, and it came back almost double than what we were anticipating. It came back close to $20,000, even if they could get the supplies. So we wanted to get that dealt with. We wanted it to be cost effective, and we wanted to make sure that we could actually get it before we went into a contract with someone. So we had East Coast Signal install a new control panel this morning. It's a temporary fix, but we feel that it will meet the needs, but also is really cost effective. So instead of $20,000, it was under $4,000. It means that the main light will blink yellow and the side streets will blink red between 7 p.m. and 6 a.m. So again, if you are unfamiliar with this, if you have the yellow light, scoot on by, use caution. If you have the red light, wait until you have a free open space in the cross traffic. It'll be temporary until we can either budget the funds for a permanent fix that will have an all new camera system, or that cost comes down into something that we were more anticipating to spend on that. Let us know how it goes. We're excited about it to kind of mitigate the issue in a cost-effective manner. And again, if the world changes anytime soon and that cost does come down, or we have supplies that are more available, we will look at a whole new camera system.
What intersection is this referring to?
Prospect and Maple.
Isn't that a state highway light?
The light is ours, is our responsibility. It's an interesting relationship that we have. The website, Dylan Walsh and I decided to rip the Band-Aid off on June 20th. So the new website will go live on June 20th. Please excuse our wet paint. We're going to do the best we can in terms of issues, but staff are updating the necessary things, and then we'll start making it pretty at that point. So you will find old blurbage, some generic photos and all of that stuff, but we'll get that sort of detail work done once we get it up and running and we see how it works for all of us. Many thanks to the staff who have done a lot of virtual training and are now trying it out and making mistakes before it goes live for all of you to see it. And the only other thing in here that I would like to touch on in the public space is the slope failure in Wilder. Again, many thanks to our public works crew, Jeremy Delisle, Chip Haley, and our project manager, Chris Halsworth. They got word from a resident that we had an area of slope failure in Wilder, right near an unnamed creek at the corner of South and James Streets. They did a visual inspection and noted the area. What they do then is they just keep an eye on it. So they went back again, noticed that the slope was continuing to fail. So that means that the earth was actually moving into that unnamed stream and kind of eating away at the land, so to speak. We noticed that it would eventually engulf a power line, and possibly part of the residence of the person who called us in on the issue if we didn't mitigate it. We have dealt with these before. Previously, only one local company had the appropriate size of vehicle to move the size of riprap rock needed to mitigate slope erosion. So those are those giant, really heavy rocks. We keep a supply of them from our own road work and public works projects, but we need somebody to actually move them. We got a quote from that vendor. That vendor was still willing to transport the riprap rock and get us 2 excavators and place that riprap rock. They provided us with a bid of $67,000. On May 10th, they took me out for a third site inspection. And like I write in my report, it is a threat to public welfare and safety. The failure continues to grow. I don't know who else got dumped on the last couple of days, but we had some pretty hard rain the last few days, and that makes this erosion worse. So specifically, the edge is now within about 3 feet of a footing of a telephone pole. So a couple of good microbursts like we had last year, we could see some pretty significant issues. And there's an area where a tree is beginning to topple into the stream, and the root system to that tree does go down into that residence. So we want to make sure that that tree does not topple and pull up more earth. So under my authority of section 4.6 of the purchasing policy, I authorized Public Works to proceed post haste with accepting that bid to mitigate the slope failure. They should be getting the excavators out in the next couple of days to begin that process. Happy to answer any questions or talk more about slope failure.
Question, Lanny? Yeah, this is the downhill slope, I assume?
Yes, it goes into an unnamed stream.
Okay, so I'm looking at it on Google Maps. And just is the house in any jeopardy of being taken away from?
Not necessarily at this point, but it is infringing on their lawn. So it's now starting to infringe on their own property. And so they have a lawn and then a house. So luckily for all of us, the lawn is next to the slope failure and then their house comes.
Is that impinging upon our road, or is it just on their property?
No, it's impinging on a power line telephone pole. And if that goes, it's going to cause some pretty significant damage to the road because the power line is close enough, the power pole is close enough.
Do we have any insurance to cover this?
The LCT has been notified.
And what is exactly the town's liability for slope erosion on private property?
Well, the slope is eroding on our property. So it's our slope, it's our failure. It's now starting to infringe on their property as well. So it's our slope to take care of.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tracy. We will now move to board reports, motions, and ordinances. So the first item is the South Main, North Main Gate Streets TIF project construction phase 2, approval of Vermont Revolving Fund loan agreements. We have Lori Hirschfield here to walk us through. Thank you, Lori.
Good evening. Good to see everyone with a little bit of sunshine and a little bit of rain. So what we're going through this evening is sort of our final stages of the initial to initiate phase 2 of the South Main, North Main Gate Street project. It's a TIF project, and back in 2017 and 2019, the select board and then voters approved authorization of $5,777,000 in order to implement this project. We completed phase 1 last year, and we're in the final stages of project closeout. And that will soon, we'll be getting our certificate of completion from the state. In fact, I think we just received that 2 days ago. And what's before you this evening is the second phase of the project. We needed to break it up into 2 different phases to minimize the impact on the downtown, as well as creating opportunities for people coming in and out of town and the businesses. The second phase also is going through a funding source separately. And what's before you is the program known as the State's Clean Water Loan Program. And within that, there are 2 funding sources that we used on phase 1, and on phase 2, we're doing the same. That application for those funds was actually approved by the select board earlier this year. And what you have before you this evening is actually the loan agreement. The state did approve it, and then now we have the loan agreement before us, and it's the execution of that loan agreement that also requires your approval. The 2 programs that we participate in are known as the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund and the Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund. The Clean Water, it deals with sanitary as well as stormwater. Drinking water is drinking water. The loans are broken up into 2 applications and 2 loan agreements. The drinking water one is for $895,000. And that is reflective of a slightly higher amount than what was originally anticipated with our cost estimate. It's $35,000 more. And that was approved. We were able to do an administrative amendment for that, with the understanding that you would have the final approval in this loan agreement process that you're going through this evening. The clean water construction loan is at $750,000. Now, this is below what our cost estimate came in and was awarded in the contract that you awarded earlier this year as well. However, given what we know is our supply chain issue and our fuel issues in terms of costs, and there is the ability to charge fuel surcharges, as well as the fact that cost estimates are based on unit pricing, but you never know what the quantities are going to be. And then in some instances, there are capabilities of things coming up and so forth. We were advised by the state not to reduce it down to the lower amount, but to keep it at the $750,000 amount, recognizing that when project closeout comes, we are in the actual final stages of recalculating the loan amount as to what is actually spent. As in phase 1, we ended up having well over $100,000, over $1 million of savings in the phase 1 project component. And our closeout that we're going through right now is recognizing recapturing those funds. There will be a new schedule made, and because we do not start payment until a year following actual project completion, we go through our process, and so it's a restatement of what the loan is, and then the repayment schedule is based on that. So what is good news is that, as you may have known at the time that you approved the construction loan, it came in below our cost estimates. So we are well within our budget for this project. The funding source that's used to pay on the debt, and these loans are 20-year loan periods, 2% administrative fee. There's not an interest rate, but there's an administrative fee that is applied to these. The source of funding is our tax increment financing program that we have established for the downtown White River Junction area. That is a recapturing of state and local dollars that are going into our TIF fund. I think I've described that, in a general way. If there are any questions on that, certainly I'll entertain them this evening. Just to let you know, at every time, at each point where the voters go for approval and the select board goes for approval of the loans, I do a calculation at that time. And at that time, I do a projection out as to when we were going to be implementing the projects and what the anticipated revenue would be coming in to the TIF fund to pay on that debt. Because we're behind, in terms of our implementation schedule. And we've actually had a pretty good year this year in terms of the revenue coming in. We are actually a little bit ahead of the game in terms of our funding sources for payment on the debt. So just to let you know, in the TIF increment that just came in the year FY21 was $534,489. In fiscal year 22, that amount went up to $592,193. That actually is pretty good of what I had anticipated coming in within those ranges, which actually is good, saying our spreadsheet formulas are working quite well. But we're ahead of the game a little bit because our debts did not come in. We were about 2 to 3 years behind because of COVID in terms of our implementation cycle. And I try not to take out debt until we know that we're getting close to that period and put that before you so that you could approve it. Sometimes we've guessed a little bit differently than the market was going to allow us for, but you know, COVID was a big of a different unknown quantity. But fortunately, also our projections had a higher interest rate than what we were able to garner with when we did go actually for debt. So with that in mind, there are two things I also would like to point out to you. There are 2 items that we are in process that need to be completed before the project. We will actually go for the full execution of this. The first item is with the drinking water revolving loan fund. It has to go through the bond bank for financing. It's not a direct loan to the town, but the state program uses the Vermont Bond Bank to finance the project loans that they issue. That is at the bond bank, has been for a while. There's been a little bit of a changeover in staffing there. So they are planning on going to the board on tomorrow. Tomorrow's good. Yeah. Okay, and they will be going, no, on the 19th, I'm sorry, their approval is the 19th. And there's no reason why this shouldn't get approved. It's gone through all of the review and approval process through the bond bank, and everything meets their criteria. It's just a matter of getting it before the board. So we wouldn't want to, we can sign the papers, but I would not send them in until we know that that has been approved. The executive director of the bond bank, I've been in touch with him back and forth, and he said he felt comfortable with us going forward with it on a condition. I wanted to get it before you because we have a very time sensitive issue here, and when wanting to make sure the funds are available when we need to start our drawdowns for payment on the construction, which is supposed to begin on June 1st. The second condition, it has to do with what I described earlier about the fact that we're closing out phase 1. Leftover funds that we have in phase 1 are available and for phase 2. And in terms of our expectations of spending the funds that were allocated and approved by the voters. And that we are in the final stages of doing the closeout for that, and everything should probably be completed within the next week or 2. So the actions that are recommended on the report reflect these 2 conditions. And if it pleases the board to authorize the loan agreements for $895,000 for the drinking water revolving loan fund and $750,000 with the clean water revolving loan fund under the conditions that I just explained.
Okay. Any questions for Lori?
Can you just clarify, and I apologize if you've done this already, but that the $1 million in excess from phase 1 being recaptured and allocated toward phase 2, how is that reflected in these amounts that we're looking at?
No, and that really has to do, it's not the bond bank and the state really don't. They're always recalculating. It has to do with the TIF rules in terms of what we're obligated to. And so I don't want to overextend our obligation beyond the amounts that we have in terms of our debt authorization.
I apologize because I think that just went over my head a little bit. I guess I'm still, could you dumb it down a little for the
all right.
For what happens to those recaptured funds?
So that goes back into basically into the pot to the state. We're not obligated for it
We don't
anymore.
have to pay it back.
We don't have to pay it back.
Okay.
And so we're reducing our obligation, which now opens that obligation up
that. makes-
And that obligation can now be applied towards phase two.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, I somehow was just kind of, it was getting clogged up in there, but very helpful.
Mary?
Yeah, just a quick question. This is all new to me, and probably it's a simple answer, but on the loan agreement number 21, I had a hard time because looking at all this huge amount of money, this agreement will be funded by approximately 80% federal funds. So then I got confused. Which of this is we're funding, which of this is federally funded?
So it's the money that comes through the state that is being loaned to us. But the
Okay.
source of that funding, 80% of the source of that funding is federal dollars.
Okay,
And then 20% comes from state.
all right, that explains it. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion, Kim.
Happy to, Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the attached 895,000 drinking water state revolving loan fund. Can I just say the acronym? DWSRF loan agreement for the construction of the second phase, the South Main, North Main, and Gate Street TIP project, and sign the loan agreement and authorize the town manager to sign all necessary documents to submit and administer the loan contingent upon the bond bank loan approval and final closeout of the first phase of the project.
Second.
Again,
Second from Dan. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I'm just doing this one.
Yes, please.
I move that the select board approve the attached $750,000 CWSRF loan agreement for the construction of the second phase of South Main Street, North Main, and Gate Streets TIP project, and sign the loan agreement, authorize the town manager to sign all necessary documents to submit and administer the loan contingent upon the final closeout of the first phase of the project.
I second.
We have a second from Mary. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Lori.
You're welcome.
Okay, so with that item out of the way, our next item is a climate action steering team update, and I believe Dana is going to be speaking to us on that. And we're right back on schedule time-wise, so thanks, everybody.
Gosh, you said that and I got really nervous because when I tried to open up PowerPoint, it's sticking. So there we go.
Would I be able to get control of the manager?
Oh, there we
for
go.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, go for it. You do it. You drive.
Oh, am I driving?
Yeah, maybe later.
I don't know that I think I'm still a guest though.
Tracy, how do we get this monitor working?
I don't know. Do you know where the power button is? I've never.
See a TV, do you know how to do this?
The on button is over here. I tried to turn it off.
Okay.
Nice job.
All right, Dana, whenever you're ready.
Sure. So thank you. It's good to see you all again. Here to give you an update on what we've been doing on the climate action plan since we last met. So far, what we've done this past spring was we did implement the revised purchasing policy that we talked about actually with the previous board. But this policy was requiring that purchases of $4,000 or more on items that used fossil fuels had to come through the town manager's office and be reviewed for compliance with the climate action policy, climate action plan. We have been doing that. So far, reviewed things such as the police cars, which are looking to go for hybrids. The fire department's putting out an RFP for an ambulance. We're trying to get some new technologies on the ambulance that would allow for a battery to charge the electronics on the ambulance when it's on scene, so the vehicle would not need to be idling. And we've looked at a number of things such as that. The police department has made a commitment to go hybrid. It's their understanding that EV rated police rated EVs are not going to be available for another 4 to 7 years. And that has to do with their ability to perform in pursuits and things of that nature. The water department has been looking at getting battery operated lawn maintenance items such as lawnmowers and weed whackers. And that actually came from the water department, because right now, for the past several years, well, forever, if it was time to mow the lawn, they had to go off-site, get a lawnmower, bring it over, mow the lawn, return it, because they couldn't store fossil fuel or fossil gas fuel items on site out of fear of contaminating the water. So it's kind of a win-win for operations and for the climate action plan. And then the planning department has been notifying all new home builders in Hartford of the changes to the statewide Vermont building code in relation to energy, which now requires buildings to be tested and to meet certain standards for air tightness. Or builders have two options. They can either submit a form saying that the house is compliant, or they can just submit a form saying it's not compliant. It's an odd Vermont thing. I think I see some faces, but they do have those two options. But we're also trying to work with builders to get them to be compliant. Obviously, I've talked to several builders through the forum and kind of had to try to help folks with that process. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment as well. What we're coming up for 2023, this is just some of the things we have on the schedule. We're hopefully going to start working with the University of New Hampshire this fall. If not, it will be next spring. And they have a carbon clinic where they go to companies and organizations and help them design systems to count their carbon emissions. So we'd be working with their students to implement that kind of system. My idea being that one that would help keep us honest, that would also help put our accounting system more in line with a general accounting system that other places are using as well. And that would probably carry us over until the state of Vermont puts out a carbon accounting software, because that is part of the statewide Vermont Carbon Action Plan, is to have a municipal option for that. We're looking at placing the boilers at the DPW with heat pumps. The boiler over there right now will probably not last another heating season. So we're in the process of getting that scoped out and ready for an RFP. We're still working on getting the Bugby Senior Center roof deck insulated. Mostly right now, it's just a matter of figuring out the funding and tightening up the RFP. We're looking at doing EV chargers. Lori's been talking to folks about putting high-speed chargers in the downtown parking lot, or at least setting up the infrastructure to do that, which would mean basically we would have, for the level 3 chargers, they need a lot more power. So we would need to run much larger conduit. So we're looking at least having that in place if we cannot do the chargers. And then the town hall is still implementing the flexible load management program, which is a program that would put all of our heat pumps on a web-based system, so that somebody could have control, most likely me, over the town, and be able to turn our heat up and down. But we would also get signals from Green Mountain Power a couple times a week to preheat our building during peak demand loads. So when Green Mountain Power goes, oh, it's going to be hot a certain day, we know across the state a lot of people are going to be using electricity. What they do is they reach out to their larger users in this program and say, hey, it's going to start, people are going to start turning on their systems at 3 o'clock. Can you pre-cool your building from noon to 3, and then coast as much as you can during the 3 to 6 window frame? So we're working with a contractor now to basically build out that system.
Can
Yes,
I
sir.
interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Go back to the last slide for me, please. So we talked about replacing the heating system at the DPW building. You're gonna not have any heating other than the heat pumps there whatsoever? Is that the idea?
There may be backup heating within the heat pump system, but it'll be a heat pump system. There may be a secondary source. The engineer is still designing that out. And then for the bays, we still don't know exactly what we're gonna do for those bays.
I own what's considered a high efficiently low temp heat pump at my house, and the efficiency on these things greatly decreases when you get down into the single digits. And I just question the efficiency at those lower temps, whether it's gonna be able to take care of the load to start with for heating the building. When it gets down below, we do have occasionally 20 degree below days, and also the efficiency of them when you get that low.
Yeah, so what we've been looking at is the engineer had suggested having a backup heating system on that. Frankly, I wasn't sure how we were going to fund it, and there's some state funding that might be coming down that I'm not sure if we could, what parameters we would have for backup heat, if that makes sense. I don't know if they wanted it, if they would require us cutting all fuel together. So it's still something that's in discussion.
So you're only talking about heads for the heat pumps within the office spaces, correct?
Correct. Not that, I don't believe we're still looking through it, but are you looking at the garage bays where they work on the cars? Or?
No, I'm looking at, like, they have a shop out back for the water department.
Yeah.
For the heat out there. And it's a smaller space. Just wondering how they're gonna get heat.
I'd have to look at that. I don't know. Is that part of the building or is that
Yeah,
separate?
it's part of the building. It's part of the building.
Oh, are you talking about at the far end of the garage bay?
Yes. In back of what they call their wash bay.
Yeah. I just got the design yesterday back from the engineer, so I don't know exactly what he's come up with. But if you're in tomorrow, we can take a look at it.
I definitely question replacing all of our heating system there. I mean, it's nice to hear that you have a backup system still. And the question is, how are we going to fund all of this? It seems like it's quite a bit to fund for people.
That's the second question. It's the big question. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment.
All right, thank you.
So as far as the climate action steering team and community projects, the climate action steering team is going to start working with the various committees and commissions in town. I provided a copy of the letter that they're looking to send out to commissions and committees, and really try to ask them, where does the climate action plan intersect with your charges? Laura and some other folks put a lot of work into identifying what they see as parts of the climate action plan, and where it's relevant to what committees. That was also in the board packet this week. The Hartford Energy Commission is putting on the window dressers build this November. So that'll be at the Wilder Library. We'll be having an opportunity. We've started recruiting folks that want these window inserts. So basically inserts that go into your windows to stop drafts. We've had a large focus on trying to recruit low income folks. That's been our primary focus so far. We've probably got about 50 more inserts that we can make or reservations available. So we were looking to make 250, and my guess right now is we have about 175 to 200 inserts requested at the moment. There is a cost associated for it, but we are looking at alternatives to help subsidize those as well. And then the Hartford Energy Committee Chair and the Vermont Law School are putting out a guide for folks in the Upper Valley to purchasing EVs. This will provide guidance on what's appropriate for the area, how to get good pricing, and I believe there's also going to be a section on how to get used EVs, which can be a challenge in this area because most of those EVs are leased, and once that lease is over, it goes to the local dealership, and most of the time they just send it down to Boston, so they don't have to deal with it. So that's why there's not a lot of used EVs in the area. And here's some stuff that's kind of outside our control in some ways, but it's going to help shape how we do this over the next couple of years. The Vermont legislature is putting out approximately $130 million in the budget towards climate action over the next year. This is largely going to be focused on EV chargers. The legislation just went out on this past Thursday. I have not had a chance to really digest it all. And it also still needs to be approved by the governor. But we will have money available, hopefully, for a lot of these projects. As I heard Lori talking about, the supply chain issues, we're going to have to learn to dance with those and keep moving forward. There are some technological limitations that we're going to bump up against. And there's also some issues as we emerge into a green collar job or green collar market where not all the skill sets that we need to move forward are going to be there. And I'll talk about all these kind of individually. So as I mentioned, there's going to be a lot of funding for EV chargers. Originally, and I don't know how much this has changed, but the state was pushing for a level 3 fast charger to be within 1 mile of every highway exit in the state. So that means that everybody that drives an EV would have the ability to charge within 45 minutes to an hour just off the highway. They are also looking to have those chargers no further than 25 miles apart. I don't know how that might change when it gets to the governor's desk, but it does look like there will be funding not only for the level 3 chargers, but for the level 2 chargers as well. So it's going to really be a matter of just figuring out where we want those in the business districts, et cetera. There's a House Bill 518 for municipal energy resilience initiatives. That bill is basically to provide funding, $500,000 grants to municipalities to have their buildings both assessed and then also weatherized and switched to electricity. And that's why, Mr. Collins, when you asked about funding in the fuel sources, I'm not sure if that bill is going to require that all gases and oil is cut off to a building or not. So I don't know if we'd be able to use that bill for the Senate, or sorry, for the DPW if we still had an oil backup.
Yeah.
And then there's also going to be additional funds to help weatherize low income and moderate income homes. So that'll go through the Vermont Efficiency Vermont. As far as supply chain issues, we're obviously having a hard time acquiring vehicles and equipment. I believe that the DPW is still waiting for 2 trucks that they ordered last June. The Parks and Rec Department put out an RFP for a lawnmower recently and got no bids. So, I'm sure that this is going to impact us. And it's also starting to hit in ways that I was surprised about. When I talk about Green Mountain Power programs being impacted, the DPW has been on a curtailment program, which is very similar to the flexible load management program, where Green Mountain Power will say, hey, lower your power down for this time, and we're going to incentivize you doing so. So they've been on this program for a while. And the original deal was they would get there'd be 3 instances a week or so where Green Mountain Power would email them and say, can you lower your power down for this duration? And during this past spring, after the issues with Ukraine, the water department and Jeremy Delisle informed me that they were getting up to 3 emails a day for 3 separate incidents to lower their power. And it was becoming an operational issue with having to have somebody go in there and turn the power up and down that many times a day. Just they didn't have the manpower. So these are some of the unforeseen problems we've been dealing with. And then because of this, I have to say a lot of departments are really starting to come up with creative solutions. The DPW is looking at getting an e-bike to do their water meter reading. So they realize they don't really need a truck during the summer to go around and do that. They can, we can go get an e-bike for a lot less money and do that. So we're hopefully looking at going over to look at those pretty soon. Technical limitations. We really don't have a lot of hybrid or EV options for anything beyond a passenger vehicle. There's not really a lot of heavy equipment that is EV or hybrid. So we're really kind of struggling there. But again, I end with nobody saying no to anything. I mean, all the departments have been really willing to explore different options and really also, again, come up with a lot of their own solutions because they are the ones who know their day-to-day operations much better than anybody else.
Okay, now are there EV like buses?
There
There are, okay,
Well, they're
we're not in the Upper Valley yet.
Yeah.
Not in the Upper Valley, but
Mayfield
there-
has like-
Yeah, there are
Okay.
T buses, and there's actually a lot of federal funds for EV school buses.
Oh, good.
I don't know what's going to be available through the state yet, but I mean, at one point, it was a really considerable, like 30% of the federal funding was thought to be going towards electric school buses.
I believe Bugby's looking at replacing their current 15 passenger or maybe it's even larger van with an EV. Again, like everybody else, get in line to maybe get a chance to buy one.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dana, has there been a consideration to go towards CNG vehicles at all?
Natural gas?
Yes.
I have not explored that with anybody. My off the cuff thoughts are that there would be a lot of infrastructure. I mean, as far as where do we store the gas?
I understand that, but it is an alternative to diesel and straight gasoline. And there is a lot of CNG vehicles out there in the world today, and definitely something that we should not discount the possibility of going with CNG.
Yeah, I can.
And I have to believe that there might be someone in the area that has compressed natural gas that we could, get for a supplier for a smaller tank. I understand it would require a tank specialty for that, but I don't think we should discount that.
No, I don't think we should discount anything. I can look into that. And then the way that we've been doing this is as items come up that need to be replaced, then we start to explore the options. I'm not really finding a whole bunch of stuff and just throwing it at the department heads. I'm trying to go with what their normal replacement schedule is to begin with.
I just know the heavy vehicles, they have heavy trucks that are compressed natural gas. So it's a very good direct placement for diesel vehicles.
Yep. No, I think that's a good thing, a good option to look into. And then as far as the emerging green collar job market and skill set, it's really a matter of this is going to grow slowly. And things like when I talk about meeting building code, part of the meeting building code requires for homes to be tested. And right now, when a homeowner builds a home, if they want to get it tested and confirm that it meets code, it's going to take them 4 months to schedule somebody to come and do the testing. So most of the time, the way it would work, at least when I worked in Massachusetts, is a homeowner would finish a home and there'd be about a 2-week window before they went to close. And they would have that home tested within that 2-week window. But even prior to supply chain issues, there's no builder that's going to know 4 months out when exactly that 2-week window is going to be. So that's one of the bigger challenges that we're having right now. And that's going to be a matter of Hartford and other communities. And I've talked to, my predecessor, if you will, Jeff, about working with T-Rock and other communities to help enforce the building code and help try to slowly kind of push for that market to grow and for people to be willing to go get that skill set. Because frankly, the 8 to 12 homes that we have built in Hartford a year, I don't know what the exact total is, isn't really going to be incentive enough for somebody to make that a career path. We also have things like when the Bugby Center heat pumps were put in, they were put in, they were installed, they were done. They sat there for 3 months while the HVAC contractor went out to go get somebody certified to actually fill those with the coolant. So, and then there's also the consumer side of it. We also, all of us, need to learn to kind of deal with these new emerging technologies. Last week, I had the DPW guys come over and they helped me remove insulation from the basement here. Somebody had insulated all of the vents. So if anybody had left out that side door over there in the summertime and you notice that really pungent odor coming from the basement, that's because the basement hasn't been breathing for years. So I can see why somebody was thinking, yes, this is a good idea, but they put rock wool and then they put foam board over top and there was no air exchange. And that's the kind of stuff where we need to be aware, because what you don't want to end up doing is making a sick building where the occupants start having health issues because of well-meaning well-meaning tactics that just end poorly. And I just want to be clear too, that Hartford, we don't have a monopoly on these conversations. This conversation is happening across the board with construction. I spent the last 5 years in Massachusetts in construction, and I've had this conversation on a weekly basis with builders. And, frankly, it's not the communities like Hartford that are having these tough conversations that I'm concerned about. It's the folks that aren't having these conversations that are going to be in trouble. So, yeah, that's what, but yeah, we're all learning and we're going to get there. And just leaving, because I've got everybody's attention, leaving with a couple FYIs for folks. We are doing the window dressers 3rd through 8th. If anybody here would like to come out to the Wilder Library and volunteer with us, that would be great. I want to push again the Weatherization Assistance Program. That's the program where if you are income eligible, you can have your home weatherized at no cost. That program right now, back to labor shortages and skill sets, that program has about a year to an 18-month window from the time you register, the time the work on your house can be complete, just because they are so short-staffed. And if anybody's looking to get into the construction trade or weatherization, they are hiring. Every conversation I've had with them ends that way. And then my last thing I want to bring everybody's attention to, and we're going to need to start pushing this as well. Go solar soon. Federal tax credits for solar are ending next year. This year, if you have solar installed, you get 26% back off of your federal tax liability. Next year, you get 22% back off of your federal tax liability. The year after that, there's no more tax incentive. I can give you a sticker, but there's no, there's a lot of money on the table for those that are considering solar.
Is that for like personal, like just homeowners, like your income tax, you get the break on?
Yes, sir. So
are there incentives for like municipalities to do solar?
Unfortunately, you need to have an entity that's taxed, that has a federal tax liability.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So nonprofits and the town and municipalities are not eligible for that.
Okay.
And there's also some concern, there's also an issue where the Public Utilities Commission only allows an entity to have so much solar. And we believe Hartford has bumped up against that limit, that cap.
They changed that. There's still a cap.
I believe, actually, this is one of the things we're exploring with HEC. So we should get an answer to that. But as far as I know, that is still the case. There's my information, and then happy to take questions.
Lenny?
That's so, you say we've bumped up against the fact of not being able to have any more solar. How much do we currently have in the town that we actually produce?
That's a good question. I had to double check that off the top of my head. I can look into that. I've got the numbers. It's the 5 different fields.
Okay.
And I don't know what the number is off the top of my head.
I would be interested to know that. The other question I guess I would have, if this ever was to relax that standard, has there been an evaluation done on town buildings as far as for placement of solar panels on roofs for the town?
Not really a comprehensive one, but folks in HEC, I don't know, I think you've met Jesse Pollard, who's the newest HEC member. He's got his background is renewable energy, and it's one of the things that I'm working with on him, is trying to figure out what kind of areas we do have.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, I mean, at some point in time, you would think that the government or the state would relax their standards and we would be able to have more solar. And I'd like to be able to be ready to pounce on that by knowing, having an evaluation already in place as far as what the best locations and the best structures would be to place solar for the town of Hartford.
Right. I mean, with the understanding that the rationale, well, my understanding of the rationale for limiting the amount of solar anybody can have is because, Green Mountain Power doesn't want there to be an unlimited amount of solar coming onto their systems during the day that they can't control, because they can't always sell it or they can't always use it, and then they dump it for a cheaper rate. So,
gosh forbid, our bill should be lower.
But that's so yeah, I agree. Hopefully they do relax that cap, but that's kind of the rationale.
Yeah, why would we want to pass the savings on to the ratepayer? Yeah.
Mary?
A couple questions, and I think you've answered the first one. As I was reading about the electric mower, I'm assuming that the town's gonna need more than one. And it just seems like particularly in this time of the year and everything, that they need more. Is one gonna be enough?
So what we're looking at is an electric push mower.
Uh-huh.
The next option for a majority of the properties, like the larger properties, you need like a zero turn mower, which is much larger, which the electric versions aren't readily available. And they're, my understanding is that they're about $40,000 as opposed to 15,
Okay.
and nobody has it budgeted for those larger zero turn electric mowers. And we're also waiting to hear back from, I believe it's V-Trans, that purchased one of those a year or two ago. And we're waiting to hear from them if it's working.
Okay, because I was assuming that you use it for all the parks and things to mow.
This little mower is one that you would use on a typical suburban lawn, not this
Yeah.
part.
Well,
We use a
yeah,
zero
that's what I was
tractor.
wondering.
The little push mowers we do use, and they actually already have one at police and fire. And this one, I think we were talking about getting a second one for wastewater as well. And so that would kind of take care of any little lawn-ish space
Okay,
that's ours to maintain.
okay. So who maintains, like, other parks and things that like Maxfield or something?
Those are the big zero turn mowers.
Oh, okay.
Those are the 40 versus 15 that we didn't budget
Okay,
for. Yeah.
okay.
Those are those big ones that they're riding around and.
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
they're listening to their music.
okay. And then probably some existential issues that are not so easy to answer is, one is, what are consequences for not meeting some of our goals? Are there consequences other than the obvious consequences of climate change?
Are you asking, like, is the,
Are there, when you look at some of the goals that we have, this by 10%, by 15%, et cetera, if we don't meet those goals, are there, a lot of times people have consequences. And is it obvious that, we're just going to end up suffering, weatherizing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
so like the Vermont plan was drafted in such a way that it became law, so there is repercussions if the state of Vermont does not meet their goals.
Okay,
I don't believe that the resolution that the town adopted has any kind of penalty like that.
okay.
Like people couldn't, hold this legally liable.
I know. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. And then the last one, which is much more difficult to answer, is as we move towards more electrification, do we have any kind of security or safeguards for grids and things, or that totally dependent on Green Mountain Power? Because I think, as we get more and more things that are electricity driven, are there safeguards for?
That's a huge question.
No,
There's
sorry.
a lot of talk about, it's a topic that comes up a lot. There's a lot of talk about microgrids, which would be a small power supply to then supply regions
Okay,
that would not be as accessible, or it would not be as easy for somebody. If somebody came in and they wanted to do something of a nuisance nature,
right,
they might just be able to take down that one grid instead of taking down the entire state.
okay,
The reason why, but as far as going back to grid performance and grid durability, the reason why Green Mountain Power has us enroll in this flexible load management program and has the DPW and the curtailment program is because of concerns that as we go more electric, in part out of concerns that the grid's not going to be able to deal with that peak demand. Tracy and I have talked about it before. We both spent some time in California and they had rolling blackouts
Right.
because the grid just could not maintain
Yeah.
the cooling demand during those points. So as they look to upgrade my understanding of what they're doing is as they look to upgrade the system, they're going to be asking large users to cut back on their electrics during peak demand, just so they don't blow the whole grid. And it's kind of a dance of that nature. Part of the Infrastructure Act is to upgrade systems. And hopefully, it would be handled at a state level, but hopefully we do have a safeguards. Yes, sir.
To tie on to what Mary's asking, has there been any consideration of the Tesla battery systems installation for the town?
We have not considered it as a municipality. I know there is a program through Green Mountain Power where you can rent or lease a Tesla battery for your residents. So that way, if power goes down, I've been told it's so that you can supply your own house and possibly some neighbors as well. But there is a program, if you go to the Green Mountain Power website, to help subsidize a leased battery. But there's been no concerted effort to do that as a town.
My biggest concern would be to keep main systems online as far as computer systems, so the town is able to continue its work. Not so much for heating and ventilation, but so we can just maintain work progress. And I would think that would be more than enough to carry the load of computers and such.
We have backup generators for vital systems. So if the power goes down at the police department, they have a backup generator. I'm not well versed on the details of it, but it does allow them to continue baseline operations, as well as the computers and water and wastewater do have backup generators.
I understand that the goal I thought here was to get away from carbon-based products and get into more electric situations. And that's a carbon-based, product that we're burning to run those generators. So
We'd probably look into it when it came to replacement, just because we don't want to take a perfectly good generator and throw it away. But, rather as those things reach the end of their useful life, explore alternative options, which is what we're doing with most of the vehicles as well. We're not getting rid of them until they're done.
And I don't know that a Tesla battery would meet the needs. You would need a much bigger system, I would think, to meet large capacity needs. And again, I don't know if that technology is really available yet. I have not seen anything.
I don't know. That's just asking the question.
It's a great question.
Just if we're trying to get away from fossil fuels, we should look at replacing fossil fuel generators as well. So.
Any other questions from the board for Dave? Jim?
Keep doing. Mine might be a little scattered because it's over here, but one thing I'm like very excited to see this sort of preliminary grid implementation plan, and I really love the kind of allocations for strategies and goals for different commissions, and how I think anyway, I think that is a great pathway to go. And to be honest, I've only gone through matched up. I've looked at the strategy numbers to the recommendations for the different committees for about 10 of them, but I haven't gone through all of them. And so I guess first question would be, when do you expect that will go out to the committees?
That letter?
That.
We have our next cast meeting tomorrow. It's on the agenda, so I would assume by the end of the week, if not early next week.
Awesome. And then to be turned back around, did I see something like July?
Wanted to get it back so that information that we got from the different committees and commissions were in time for us to discuss to get into the budget.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess, that is a turnaround. I guess I think it may be tight for budget season.
Better than the what do we have, June 1st at one point?
Yeah. I know how those things work. And then for the general, this kind of initial grid that you've done that's in the board packet, will I was kind of asking Tracy in my questions before the meeting about will there be an actual more dynamic project implementation plan, or project management tool used to kind of encompass more about, for example, not just the start dates, but when the expectation of a completion or ways to measure progress of that kind of thing. And I realize I'm going to conflate a couple questions, because that also related, I think, to wondering between the climate action plan and then also our next conversation about the ARPA funds, when do we get to the point where we know what resources we're gonna have, financial resources we're gonna have from infrastructure bill, from ARPA, from the state, just from the regular state budget toward, housing, transportation, et cetera. And I'm guessing that all of that needs to be encompassed. So I guess I would love if you could just give me like the 30,000 foot view of what this might look like in 3 or 4 months, or like when we're approaching budget season, or when we are approaching budget season now, but when we're in budget season.
So Tracy and I did discuss some project management software. We didn't dive too deep into it, and right now I am just kind of using these spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Rudimentary. The other question, so the budget, which includes the 130 million for climate action and everything else that you just mentioned, which is what the state got from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. That's the fund that's coming, that just came out last Thursday. That's how they put all those funds into the state budget. I believe most of the funding that came through IIJA is in there.
Can I? I want to. You finish your thought.
Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act.
Yep. I was curious as to that 130 million. Is that sort of like where ARPA was allocated by population or some other characteristic, or is it that those are funds that can be applied for specific projects?
It's going to depend on the funding source. It's going to depend on which one you're looking at.
Okay.
And the next step is for that to go to the governor's desk.
Yeah.
And for that back and forth, which I believe, forgive me, this is my first time kind of eyeing this in Vermont,
Yeah.
but I believe that it's in the first couple of weeks of July.
Okay.
And then once that money is agreed to, signed off on, I think I'm hearing September, October before it gets allocated over to the specific departments and the forms start going out. We did have that interaction that you initiated with the gentleman about the microtransit.
Yeah.
So I believe that was the same timeline that he had. So I think that's really what we're going to be looking for is this fall, and just kind of really keeping our eye on, once we know what passes, we'll have some better ideas of what we can anticipate to go for.
But a lot of it might be very competitive funds, I guess. So that was kind of the.
Yeah. So for instance, the House Bill 518 that I referenced, I think that was it.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be 500,000. No, I can't. I mean, there's going to be approximately 40 to 50 of those grants available. So, and those are statewide. So it will be competitive. It's likely that only a municipality will only be able to go for one grant. The way that some of these are set up is they'll go through regional authorities, so that small towns that don't have a lot of infrastructure aren't at a complete disadvantage when applying. So this will probably require working with Two Rivers at Aqueechee. And but again, it'll probably depend on exactly what funding source we're looking at.
I guess the underlying goal there is that, like, not waiting for the funding to determine what projects we want to prioritize, and that instead having sort of the goals set forth by the plan to begin with, and then like as soon as we find out what sources of funding is available, we are just like at the gate and going for it, right?
Yeah, there's that meme of Bugs Bunny, like at the start line tapping his feet, and that's kind of where all of us are sitting, Dana and myself included, is we want to be ready to go when these opportunities hit, and the uncertainty is terrible. Like I get that. It's terrible for all of us too. We don't know what things are passing. We're reaching out to state departments saying what is happening, and they're saying we don't know if the bill gets signed. We'll tell you, and we want to be ready. We want to be competitive, and we want to beat everybody else off the line. So it will be a little bit like that. We'll look at the goals, and if it says there's X number of dollars for this thing, we're going to pivot, and we are going to head that direction and take advantage of that program.
Excellent. That's a thing too, but for the record, I'm Cheryl Hooper, on the Climate Action Steering Team. So one of the reasons we also put in this letter to the committees and commissions, will you need financial support? So that we get their feedback as well, and we're ready to know what they're looking for the specific action items that they've chosen, so that we can hopefully have those priorities and a general sense of cost from that side.
Right. Which is a lot for committees to come up with for July 1st.
But at least it can give us,
Yeah.
if they're already working on some things and they've chosen a couple, they're available to do some of that legwork and at least get some general numbers to us.
Totally, it's a great idea. So speaking of that micro transit, I mean, I advocated very strongly to make sure that public transportation was incorporated into the climate action plan. And so I guess I'm wondering like why we couldn't, why wouldn't the micro transit feasibility study be part of this initial preliminary grid, since it's something that we are going to apply for in August? Maybe we could add it.
Other than I forgot, there wasn't enough space on the page. There's no reason why. It can't be on
Well, I
there.
guess, I mean, public transportation is a very much a priority for me, in part because I'm great with EVs, but I do think that like, it is not the only solution to all the pieces we're working on. And then I guess, yeah, so I ultimately would love to see this little spreadsheet with like not only projected completion date or aspirational completion date even, or whatever that might be, but also with the similar implementation, the strategic goals, like you did with the committees and the commissions, to kind of relate those also to the implementation actions. So I guess those are just like requests for future presentations, that these things can always kind of relate to those, what are they called?
The strategies.
The strategies, yeah. And then let me just check one more thing.
And if you look at I didn't do the full abbreviated goals, but if you look at the grid where it says municipal operations strategy 2,
Yeah.
I just didn't go further, go 2 point
Yeah.
just out of space.
Sounds good. Okay. And then I think that might be it for me on this one. Yeah. Thank you, Dana.
Yeah, first off, thank you for all of your work. You and Cass is like so appreciated, and to Kim's point, very exciting. Yeah, I think I'm curious also a little bit about the implementation plan, and I think would echo Kim just in if there's an opportunity for us to see, I mean, and not to micromanage or like get in the weeds of your spreadsheets, but just to have another opportunity to see sort of the who, what, where. So like some of these implementation actions, it might be committees who are working on that, or it seems like municipal operations, for instance, is maybe in your court to oversee, just sort of who's responsible for what, and then how it's actually going to happen with a little bit more of a timeline and kind of a work plan sequence. I think that would be really helpful to me. I also recognize maybe I'm a little bit of a nerd about work plans, but just to sort of see how really from start to finish, even just one action, that's listed here will actually happen, recognizing that each of these things can kind of be their own little projects, if that makes sense. Okay. And I guess I'm curious, like to that end, I'm curious about some of the implementation actions that are chosen, just in how they're linked to the strategic or to the climate action plan. Like for instance, municipal operations strategy 2, each of those strategies has multiple actions in them in the plan. And so I'm just curious to hear maybe how like the specific ones that were selected here were chosen. Is it a matter of like this, like we really want to just be specific and focus on one that we think is attainable, because we know that like working through it with slices maybe is better than trying to tackle all these actions at once because they're huge. But if you could just speak to a little bit how some of these like specific actions were chosen amongst like the section, if that makes sense.
Sure. A lot of them were chosen just based on they fit with the natural replacement schedule. The boiler was going to be replaced regardless. If we replace it with another oil burning boiler, we're committing to having an oil boiler for the next 30 years. The vehicles are being, again, I'm not telling departments what they need to replace when. They're coming to me and saying, hey, I need to replace this. And we're looking for an option that is more in line with the climate action plan. So that way, we're not gonna buy an ambulance and a fire truck if we don't need both. We're just kind of going through that and waiting for things to naturally time out and need replacement.
Sure, yeah. I guess my question is to follow up on that is, so like, for instance, strategy 2 of municipal operations, one of the sort of actions in that is establish a policy requiring all, like, so I guess my question is, there are other actions in there beyond just related to the replacement schedule and thinking about more municipally, like more efficient equipment. So I don't know if my question is making sense. I guess I'm just wondering, I'm trying to parse through like replacing, like what you just said about replacing the boiler and how that's in line with our replacement schedule that's existing, absolutely. And then there are other actions in there related to municipal thermal fuel switching that are also listed in the plan. And so if there are opportunities to build in some of those actions, or if it's like, we really need to get specific with just a couple, and then we'll work on the other ones later, I guess my question.
So just to clarify, when you say in there, you mean in the climate action?
In the climate action plan,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
In there, you know what I mean by that, right?
So
Yeah.
there's, I believe, 170 some odd points in the climate action plan. We're not doing 170 things at once. And
Sure.
that's basically why they're not all in there. And also some of them are further off. If you look through the plan, there's talk about replacing things with fuels that aren't readily available. We're not going to spend a lot of time thinking that one through if it's just not feasible at the moment. Sometimes we got to wait for the technology to come on board. Or so, there's a lot of push for net zero housing. So right now, it's become really hard for folks to build net zero houses just because of the cost increase. Whereas if we focus on just meeting the base energy code for Vermont, we have a potential to make a huge reduction in homes' greenhouse gas footprint. And that's, we can't do if we can't do all the big steps right now, we're going to take as many little steps as we can.
Okay, gotcha, makes sense. And then I think, like, similarly to when the committees and commissions are going to look at what they might be responsible for and then make some funding estimates prior to budget season. Some of these actions in this grid, are there opportunities also to build in some of those funding estimates? And is that going to be upcoming too?
The grid for
This implementation plan grid?
Yes. Is there going to be options for fund? I'm sorry.
Options to build in more of a sense of some of the funding costs of what's outlined here in this grid too.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So right now, for instance, we're just putting together a quote for the DPW replacement so that we can put an RFP out. So we want to at least get a ballpark for what we can expect to pay for that. We're doing the same thing with the Bugby Center. We've already got those quotes from an insulation company and a ventilation company. And then we're also looking at doing the ice rink, which is a lot more difficult because there's only, I think, 6 ice rinks in Vermont. And I'm not sure if any of them have been insulated and retrofitted after the fact. So Woodstock, for instance, has gotten all kind of accolades for their energy efficient ice rink. They had somebody on their board that was an architect focused on energy efficiency and ice rinks. So it went from the ground up with that in mind. If you go to our ice rink, you can see through the wall. So it's a whole nother challenge.
Okay, thank you. I have just one last question. It was brought to our attention that just in conversation, I think with Eric Kraus and other folks who've been involved in climate action work, that in 2020, there was the Net Zero Ready pilot program that was maybe just about to get started and maybe got put on hold because of the pandemic or other things. I don't, and I think maybe Kim, you had reached out to Lori Hirschfield just to see if there was an update. And so just wondering if that pilot program is on your radar, or you mentioned earlier that net zero efficiency is like very expensive right now, and there could be so many factors why this pilot program isn't feasible, but I don't know if there's an opportunity to build that in or where that pilot program stands.
So that pilot program was put on hold with COVID. I was not here at the time, but that's my understanding. There are a number of builders that were interested in taking part in that. We have not brought them back to the table. There's a lot of issues with construction costs going up approximately 30%. You know, a home was already so much more expensive if you were to go net zero. So, and honestly, a lot more focus has been put on enforcing the base code, just because that's what's required. And also, if you have 10 to 15% of homes, which I believe is the goal in the plan, go net zero, you still have another 85% of homes out there that aren't efficient. So, but if you start requiring folks to just meet those efficiency goals of the base code, you're probably going to get a larger reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And it's also, you'll have more support because it's a statewide mandate. So to speak to that, though, we have not brought the builders back to the table yet to talk about the net zero program. And we still got to figure out, you know, who still would be interested in doing it given the construction cost.
Well, follow up, and then I think we'll be ready for our break.
Okay, yeah, I had just pulled up the net zero pilot program as well, and I feel like that, I mean, having it available to, you know, kind of just updating it and having it available shouldn't be a heavy lift, I would think. And then builders can, you know, I mean, it can be there or not. And then if in that same email about that, I had also inquired about the an incentivized fee structure for reinstating impact fees. And I think, I mean, that is definitely climate action related. It's very much everything related in terms of even when the town plan housing chapter gets updated. Like if we, anyway, and I think where we left that was that's kind of back in Tracy's court. And so I think I'm just kind of throwing this out there as a discussion that we might put on our list of things to do is, and maybe somehow in conjunction with the planning commission, have a public hearing or something to talk about the pros and cons of reinstating the impact fee ordinance that was recessed, I think in like 2017, maybe 16 or 17, and looking at it. And we have Joanne from the planning department shared with me sort of a state summary of what you can and can't do with impact fees. And they very much seem flexible around that you can sort of structure them based on things that relate to your town plan and things that relate to other elements of the town. But so, for example, issues of affordability being one, efficiency, sustainability being another, additional green space being another. So basically, like, you start with significant impact fees and incentivize the more it fits into the kind of growth and development that we want for the town, the more negligible those impact fees are. And they can go toward, specific things that are also focused in the town plan. So for example, even like, increasing the tree canopy or something like that, we can, that's the climate plan, not the town plan, but I think it's in both. But in any case, so the impact fees that are collected can go toward projects that are supported by the town plan. So anyway, I think it's something that I've kind of thrown out there informally, probably a dozen times. And I think it's maybe getting, put it on our list. Would that be reasonable? I'm asking you, Tracy.
Impact fees? Yeah, we need to have a bigger conversation. I need to understand them and understand the repercussions of what happened last time and where they're going forward.
And I can summarize that for you now. We can do that in a later conversation.
I was gonna say, okay, we are 20 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to say no, but I don't want to say yes and have unintended consequences that I haven't thought through. And I think this would also have to go to the voters. So let's.
No.
It was the select board that rescinded it.
Okay.
No.
Impact, like I'm saying literally, like I got to think about
it.
This.
Will certainly require some research.
Yeah,
you know, whoever's part, it's not something we can just switch back on and
let
change.
me think about it.
And it did, and I can forward it again if you want, but there was sort of, it's a impact fee info sheet from the state of Vermont that kind of reflects on the statutory regulations that I did send to you, but I can forward it to you again, that Joanne shared with me. I'll forward that to you right now.
Can we could forward it to all of us as
Sure.
well? Sounds interesting. All right, well, thank you.
Oh, yeah, we have a hand up in front of public. Sorry,
Okay, who is it?
Eric.
Eric, yep. Come on over.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Eric Kraus, resident of Hartford. I missed most of the presentation, but I joined while Mary was asking a question about the consequences of meeting or not meeting goals. And I didn't hear all of the question. So I wanted to ask for clarification. Was the question about was the question about consequences of not meeting the non-binding townwide goal set for 2030, or the binding municipal operations goal for 2027?
I think I was actually asking about both of those.
Eric, if you know the answer to how it would affect both of those, you could tell us.
Mike, I can't give an answer at this point, but I suspect that asking the question in a more nuanced fashion would result in different answers depending on the goal.
Okay, I don't know, Mary, my understanding was that whether there was any penalty to the town or to us if we did not meet the goals in the climate plan, and I do not believe that there are any. So to that extent, it's, you know, it's something we're aspiring to, but if we do not meet them, although we're going to do everything we can to meet them, if we don't, we're not going to get fined or barred from holding public office or anything like that. So I think we'll be good.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, lady.
This was something that was voted on at the time by the voters in the town of Hartford to achieve this plan. So we should not ignore the potential of achieving this, because it did go for a townwide vote and was approved. So even though I know that we're not going to burn at the stake, it is something that our town was behind achieving those goals, and we should do everything within our power to try to meet those goals.
Yep, I think the board agrees with that entirely.
So,
okay.
Was Eric, were you finished?
Okay, I think we'll move on. Okay.
Eric, do you have more questions?
I was just going to basically say what Lanny just said, which is one was a resolution, one was derived from a resolution, and the other goal was derived by an article on the ballot. And I think there's a difference.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Eric. All right, thank you, Dana. We're going to take a break till 8:15. We'll see everybody back then.
Thanks, Dana.
Thank you.
Head on home. I know you got a little bit of weight. How are you, Carolyn? Good to see you.
Hartford Selectboard, back from our break. Our next agenda item is ARPA funding, Hartford priorities in the process, that's sort of identifying those priorities. And so I'll turn it over to Tracy to speak about that.
Yeah, so, Dana Clausen just spoke about the uncertainty in all of this once in a lifetime. I think it was Mike White that said once in a lifetime funding coming down for all of these projects. So, this was way back in March of 2021 where it really first came to fruition. And some background on this is that it really was to address the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I parallel this to the funding that came down in 2008 to deal with the Great Recession, the American Reinvestment and Recovery Act, where we're looking to bolster major projects and put an influx of cash across the board, across the country, to deal with the economic crisis related to something. So some of the logistical background we want to just touch on is most Vermont towns are considered a non-entitlement unit of government. So that means that we receive the funding through the state of Vermont. We're not big enough. Big towns, big cities, New York City, Boston, they're going to get their money straight from the Treasury. So there was a little bit of uncertainty there on how Vermont was allocating all these funds to us. We are ending up with an allocation of about $2.8 million. We go all the way down to those 14 cents. Let's not worry about those then. Let's just think about it as about 2.85 million. We received about half of that, and it's sitting in a separate bank account. We'll get the other half in August of 2022. Let's talk about dates. We must be obligated by the end of the year 2024. That means we have either placed an order, we've entered into a contract, or some sort of similar transaction. We can't say, this is what we're going to do with it. We need to have some sort of obligation to spend that money. We have to spend the money by December 31st, 2026. So general consensus out there is that this is not too bad of a timeline. We're not being asked to spend the money in weeks or months. We have the opportunity to spend it over the next 4 years, obligating in the next 2.5. It's a much decent timeline than a lot of these big money federal programs have given us in the past. So when we last really dug into this, the interim final rule was out and there were some specific allowable activities. That's the last time we all talked about that. Remember, it was mostly water, wastewater, broadband, things like that. The Treasury has changed their provision in the final rule to allow what they're calling the $10 million standard allowance. And this says that recipients can select the standard allowance, may use that amount, in many cases up to their full award, that's us, for government. They have completely opened the door to allowable activities. They're now saying that any sort of government service is now an allowable activity, except for deposits into pension funds, debt service payments, so we can't pay down our bonds, replenishment of financial reserves, so we can't just tuck this away in our reserves. We have to actually spend the money, because remember, we're trying to bolster the economy up, payments of settlements or judgments, and projects that conflict with the terms and provisions of the uniform guidance. So again, we can't have discriminatory practices. We can't do anything that would go against basically those big provisions of government funding. So the last time we all talked, we wanted to have a proposed method for community engagement and building a priority list. So again, we have this uncertainty. We don't know exactly what federal funds are coming from. So what I asked staff to do was to brainstorm some things that mostly wouldn't fit really neatly into another funding stream. So that's why in the list that's in my memo, you don't see some of Dana's stuff, because we do think that those things are going to come through on another provision. We really wanted to talk about things that maybe don't fit exactly neatly into the infrastructure bill or some of the climate actions that are coming down from the state. So that's where we're at with that. So just to reiterate on the community engagement piece, I'm suggesting that we explore a multiple prong approach, either a Google form or a Survey Monkey, asking open-ended feedback and providing some of the ideas that staff came up with. Hopefully some of the ideas you all have been coming up with that I can write down tonight. And, besides just posting that on Hartford social media accounts and the listserv, I definitely urge you all to reach out to your constituents as well. Emails to community organizations, the committees that you all sit on as liaisons. For those that may not have comfort with a form or a survey monkey, but are okay with Googling, want to add in that selectboard@hartford-bt.org goes to all of you. And that's an easy email. And then the chair can just forward those along with me and I can add those to the list. We know that some folks are not as comfortable with technology. So I suggest that either in person or virtually, holding space for 2 separate community forums. This is where I'm looking for some guidance from you. They can either be part of upcoming board meetings. I know we have some pretty hefty agendas coming up, so I want to put that out there, or take place at a different time or day. My suggestion is just that those are simply to take in information and ask clarifying questions, so we don't set expectations that you all will be evaluating ideas on the fly, or that I will be evaluating ideas on the fly, because there'll likely be a lot of conversations with the department heads. I also suggest, and this is something that other towns are doing, is that we provide context for the stakeholders and the amount of funding, the time frame, and the criteria for the general provisions. That way we're not getting anything that's so big or will take so long that we have to automatically disallow it, because we're not going to be able to do that in that time frame, or it will not only use up the 2.8 but another 5.6 on top of it. So those sort of things. And some of the feedback I've gotten from other towns when I've reached out and spoken with them is to have a clear role for the town. So any suggestions should kind of have that idea already in place that allows you all to guide that conversation in a more streamlined manner, rather than having to drill down into something. Finally, I suggest a clearly defined end date for public comment, interested in hearing from you all, and provide information on the next step of the process. At this point, we're going to be in a little bit of transition because we're moving websites over in the next month, but we'll do our best. And then thank you to my staff for suggesting that we provide the raw information, consolidate them down to themes, bring it forth back to you all for a vote to take to the next level of the process, take it back to staff to provide a preliminary assessment based on the above criteria for a final suggested list for you all to vote on. So we'll get a little bit of subject matter expert into the end to reach out and hear from staff what it would take to implement any of these projects. I did throw in a proposed general timeline to hold open community comments through June 30th, including the community forums. We can discuss those ideas in mid-May, finalize an end of list at the end of July that would allow us to have that narrowed down by the time we discuss the fiscal year 24 operating budget. Want to stop there and talk through community engagement?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you, Tracy. I'd certainly be in favor of having a couple of community forums. Given our select board schedule, it may be that we want to do it a different day of the week or during that sort of that off week between select board meetings. And certainly some of these ideas, reaching out, we could use the Hartford listserv and ask people to, to say, if you have thoughts about what this should be used for, or if there's an event coming up that people can attend, because I think it would be worthwhile to get as many people in the town as possible, letting us know what they think some of this money should go for. As I say every time, we're not going to see this money again, something like this ever, probably. So I think it's important to have a lot of community engagement. Any thoughts from the board? Is there general consensus and having a couple forums? Okay, and thoughts on best ways we can reach our constituents and at least know this is coming? Lenny?
I think we should publish in Valley News.
Okay.
And use a listserv. And I also don't know, but it wouldn't hurt to put an ad out on NPR if that's possible. I would like to see the event be held at the high school in the auditorium, because it gives us a lot more room.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the feedback from the citizens.
Yeah, those are great ideas. Mary?
I also think that you had a good point, Mike, that events, and I think like the upcoming Juneteenth.
Hmm.
If we had a table or something where people could actually just write down their suggestions.
Sure.
Why
That
not?
would be fine,
And the
yeah.
Community coalitions, Block Party.
Block party in June.
Oh, yeah, that would be good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we just gotta figure out, I think all of the above on some of these ideas, And it sounds like, Tracy, based on your presentation, there's basically very few, if any, restrictions on how we can really use this at this point.
There's just
Okay.
those ones about paying down debt payment and pensions and reserves.
Okay.
And again, what I'm hearing from other town managers is that really helping people understand funding and time frame is helpful, because we set expectations on what's feasible and reasonable for what we have.
So bandwidth capacity for staff putting together some sort of this survey questionnaire in it, like we're at May 17th. So in order to get something that is available to the public and returned back to us by June 30th, who does that?
Who does that? Who does that?
Who tables up the-
Kind of generally for surveys, soaking them longer doesn't necessarily get you a higher return of respondents. It's really that first week. And then if you push out a reminder, you maybe get a second or third week. So we have a little bit of time there if we would like to close public comment by the 30th. In terms of staff means me, and I would reprioritize this to make sure that this happens. So I probably, after we have this conversation tomorrow, we'll sit down and find the time to make this happen.
And potentially board member volunteers to table at the community coalition and Juneteenth.
Yeah, I'd be happy to
sure.
Okay. So I know I can't volunteer for either. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to attend either of them, but
Yeah, definitely. We can announce at each meeting, remember, tell us what you think about the ARPA funds. So I think if we engage in that, I think we can get the news out to everybody.
So what I can do is I can work on the survey item, and I can also send out an email for all of you, so that way you can coordinate with Mike when these two events are, because I have them on my calendar. And then we do need to talk a little bit about when we would possibly hold community forums, whether it is a weeknight. I know that we do have people that provide childcare and elder care who have mobility issues. I'm not saying that we need to make a decision, but we might want to just think about how to make that happen for people that might find Tuesday nights difficult or getting here difficult.
Sure.
We had talked about the listening sessions and how we're sort of, it keeps slipping through the cracks, but I wonder if even one of these community engagement, maybe one is a different format, different, either, in a Saturday afternoon or something, in a different, whatever the difference is, to make them more accessible. But I wonder if we are thinking about doing a solid waste listening session, if we could just break it into two and do an hour of ARPA community engagement and an hour of solid waste listening session.
And I have that penciled in for you all for the end of June, solid waste, to really kind of dig in on solid waste. So if
Anyway,
that's something,
just as a possibility to, and then maybe we pick something else that's a different day of the week or something like that, to mix it up to make it more accessible. Just a thought.
Yep, that's a great thought. Elaine.
Guys, I would definitely think it would be wise to separate it from a select board meeting, though.
Yes.
Because I can imagine especially if we're going to draw solid waste into the discussion, we'll have a lot of discussion about solid waste, and we want to make sure that it's the conversation is geared towards both. And this is a topic I believe that we're likely to have a great deal of public input on, because everybody's got different ideas. So
Yeah, definitely. And we need our select board nights to go through our
Yeah,
agendas, you
yeah.
know, and do all that. So I agree with that. So I think we've got like got some good thoughts here. We just gotta sort of coalesce them into something, you know, that's tangible.
On the community engagement piece, yes.
Yeah.
Might I suggest, Mike and I can work with you, we use doodle polls a lot in town to help people coalesce on a time that might work for them, that might work for your alternate date.
Yep. Sure.
To set up a doodle poll, so that way you can all just open that up, plug in what your days look like, and then see what that works like for all of you.
Okay.
We're gonna need to do that for a couple of other things as well.
Yeah.
Were you looking to entice different suggestions for the spending of the ARPA funds?
I would love
Tonight?
to hear a few tonight as well. You know, we added some staff suggestions, and then actually within just publishing this, and we do these on Thursdays, I got 3 more suggestions from staff. So there you go. But I'm interested in hearing more because I keep a list. Or you can email them to me, or you can talk amongst yourselves and then point at me when you'd like me to write down something.
Sure.
Yes.
I know of one that it will be controversial, but I believe that we should put parking meters back on the list for items to purchase with ARPA funds. I know the chairman is against them. However, I think that we definitely cannot ignore the parking situation in downtown. And the ARPA funds should be used to help to try to alleviate some of our parking issues. And for $200,000, what we're going to put into the budget for parking meters, it would be foolish for us not to put that back out there for purchase with the ARPA funding.
Okay, so we got that. Thanks for the suggestion, Lynn.
Yeah, that came up from, I don't remember who, one of the staff members said maybe they'd be interested in talking about parking meters again. So there you go.
Okay, definitely.
Thank you. I was gonna say, it seems like, I don't know in what form it would take, but if there was something we could do that would actually address the strategic plan that Joe Major was talking about. I don't know, again, what form it would take, but I definitely think as something that's gonna make the community better in a social way would be valuable.
One of the things would be DEI training. We need DEI training, and it's something that we have ignored. And we need to put funding out there for diversity, equity, and inclusion training that we need for not only the town, the boards, but we could open it up, for town members if we have that ability to do so. That would be a very good effort towards attacking the problem presented by what happened in Buffalo.
Okay. Well, I encourage all the select board members, as you come up with ideas or think of them, to email them to Tracy. And certainly we'll find a way to engage the public and see what, their thoughts are on it.
I am very surprised though that Fieldview Terrace was not on the list. Fieldview Terrace, we've not figured out what we're going to do with yet.
This is what staff were interested. These were their suggestions, and I don't know that Fairview Terrace necessarily. I don't want to speak for everybody's hearts and minds, but I don't know if that would be on their top 5 of if you gave them $3 million and a magic wand for the next 4 years of what they would love to do with that money. Because this conversation was, what would you love to do with this money? So I think you got a list of things that
understanding what staff would like and what the community like, because the community is totally different. So
this is the staff suggestions, which is why we're doing a community engagement process, and we'll see what that looks like.
So I would definitely put Fieldview Terrace on the list.
Okay.
One follow-up. So then is the process, Tracy, that once we get all this input, then how do we choose? And then that's
Yeah, that's why I suggested that we take all the input and we bring it forth both in the raw and then also collect it into themes. So that way, if there's something that's just slightly different, we can see that there's a big push towards blank, and maybe it was just worded different. And then I was suggesting that we bring that back and then you all would vote on which projects to take to the next level of the process. That would go back to staff for a little bit of a reality check on the implementation. So will it actually cost this much money? Does it actually take that much time? What are some additional resources that maybe none of us in that moment were thinking about that actually impact our ability to do that work? Bring that analysis back to you, and then we'll sit here with a calculator and start subtracting baseline items from about $2.8 million, and then bring those projects forward for implementation. So that way we can kind of narrow it down over time.
Right. Yes, Lenny. So can you combine ARPA funds with, like, if we were to tackle Fairview Terrace, of course, we would have to take a bond out on it. But could we use a portion of that ARPA funding and then bond what the remainder is that we?
I think that's a great question. I think that would be a question that we would probably come to as this process moves forward, because that would be a question not just for staff, but we would likely go out to the LCT and possibly even council and say, okay, you know, this provision in the final rule says this thing, what does that actually mean in the case of this particular project? So we would want to definitely get not global advice, but very specific advice, because I would hate for us to
Yeah, we wouldn't be
advice.
actually paying for a debt, because it's not a bond that we'd be paying off. It's a portion of a project that we take the remainder in the bond, so.
We definitely want to get that advice and make sure we are on the clear, just in
Yeah.
case somebody from the treasury has a different idea that we do.
Oh, there's one hand up.
Okay, who's it?
Kathy Melisick?
Yep, you can bring over Kathy.
Hey, it's Kathy Melisick from Wilder, Vermont.
Hi, Kathy.
And can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just wanted to throw in one thing. I think I would love to see the surveys, you know, your print surveys left at libraries, because there's a particular demographic that might not be using computers that do frequent the libraries. And also Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and Tracy probably already knows this, but Vermont League of Cities and Towns has a pretty great website directed to ARPA and how the funds can be used, and not to start a conversation about, you know, what everybody thinks would be a great idea, but they have a whole page about housing affordability. So I just would like to direct people to that for ideas. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. That's great. Okay. All right, thanks, Tracy. So that's the ARPA funding. Now we're going to discuss the Norwich Solar.
Take a motion.
I put a recommended motion if you guys felt like you didn't reach consensus, but you know, it's not needed for us to continue our work. Right?
We reached consensus.
Okay, I think we do. All right, no motion.
Yeah, I don't
All right.
know why we'd have a motion.
I like making motions, or, you know, accepting motions and calling the vote, but all right. So Norwich Solar. So before we start on this, I just want to set up, you know, sort of the parameters and go over what we hope to achieve this evening. So on April 5th, you know, it became before the board a motion on whether to grant Norwich Solar's project on Christian Street preferred site designation. We heard public testimony that night. The select board voted 4-2 not to approve give a preferred site designation to that project, with one person abstaining. Two entities that we did not hear from that evening. One was the Planning Commission, which did approve a preferred site designation, and one was the Hartford Energy Commission, which recommended giving preferred site designation. So we're going to hear from John Reed, Planning Commission, and Molly Smith from the Energy Committee. There is no vote tonight to reconsider this. If we ever reconsider it, it would be a separate meeting and a separate vote, and everyone would have the chance to say, you know, whether they are in favor or against the preferred site designation. But tonight it's to get information from these two entities. In order for a reconsideration vote to happen and to be successful, we would need some number of board members to change their vote. So right now, we don't have any motion on the table to actually consider this tonight. This is going to be informational. So we'd like to start. I think John might be on Zoom and Molly. I don't know, is Molly here? Molly is here. So that's where we're going to start this evening. And I don't know if we want to start with Molly, since you're here, if you'd like to come up, that would be great. And maybe if you could tell the board, I know the Energy Commission reviewed this and maybe the process you went through and sort of what led you guys to conclude that you would recommend this project.
Sure. So I'm actually going to start out really easily by just saying, hi, I'm Molly. I'm chair of the Hartford Energy Commission, and I'm here with my colleague, Jesse. Jesse was actually the lead on this project and had meetings with Norwich Solar, talked a lot with John Reed. And so I'm actually going to turn it over to him
Sure.
to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Just identify yourself for the record so we have it.
Thank you. I'm Jesse Pollard. I'm a commissioner with the Hartford Energy Commission. I guess I'm new here, so I started in December, but my background is actually in sustainable development. So this is kind of a familiar issue for me, land use planning versus energy development. So I guess this is a new process, so far as I'm aware of, this preferred siting designation, and also maybe the first time that the town is going through it. So I want to start by saying the Energy Commission didn't really take it upon ourselves to, we didn't believe ourselves to be a authority having jurisdiction. Our impression from kind of the inquiry from the Planning Commission was, okay, administrative review, let's work through or work with Norwich Solar on what they provided and take a preliminary look at what the town's energy goals are, what Vermont's energy goals are, the parcel itself, because personally, I don't believe there is a one-size-fits-all rule. I don't believe it would be establishing precedent that by citing this or establishing this as a preferred site would be saying that all forested parcels are preferred. I think tomorrow you can get an application for a project in a forested parcel and it would be a different story. So all that being said, I also wanted to start off with two things that the Energy Commission kind of led off with, and that I believe Troy on the 5th led off with, is that about 46% of the energy consumed in Vermont is actually generated in Vermont. And so I do resonate with the responsibility that Hartford and Vermont do need to improve that ratio. While 100% of that is renewable, and we want to keep that with that ratio alive, we need to work on the 46%. Number two is in New England, a study or analysis by Synapse Energy Economics may have been sent to you by Norwich over the last week, basically saying that in terms of carbon emissions mitigated from solar development on forested parcels compared to the amount of carbon sequestered by that same amount of acreage, there's actually much more significant improvement or bad bang for your buck for the solar rather than the forest. So that isn't to say that I want to bulldoze everything and put solar up. That's not what I'm saying at all. I do think we have to be pragmatic about which parcels are designated as preferred, and also conscientious about viewship issues. And so that was actually one of the two CPs that conditions precedent that we said we recommend the siting or preferred siting designation with this CP that one, we haven't seen the viewship analysis by Norwich Solar. We would like to. And then if that viewship analysis meets the Planning Commission and the Select Board's criteria, whatever they may be, then we approve. And the second one was that in the initial materials that we gathered from Norwich Solar, there was a sentence about the remaining 45 acres or so of land being preserved or available for public use. So I'm also in this business, so I know that some states like New York, if a project is going to impact occupied habitat, then they, on a 1-to-1 ratio, have to find, okay, 11 acres impacted, they have to find 11 acres over here to preserve as forest or whatever for the next 40 years, right? in their application, they went out of their way to say more than 4 times the amount of timber forest taken down to enable this project would be preserved or available to the public for as long as this project were in operation. That is unheard of as far as I'm concerned. So again, the second CP was subject to the planning commission and the select board's review of whatever agreement or which solar may establish with the town. If it's satisfactory to you, if it's satisfactory to us. So it wasn't just about increasing renewable energy development in town. We did consider, timber and forested parcels. We know that the town has to, or is supposed to, under the climate action plan, increase the number of forested acres. We also know that we need to increase population density. So thinking about the parcel being zoned for residential, I understand that maybe a developer in the past had tried residential development. Given the state of the market right now, I could easily imagine someone from Boston coming up, taking the parcel and putting on more single family housing, which would not improve our housing prices. It would not make it easier for renters. As a renter here, I pay $2,000 a month for a studio apartment.
Jesse, would you mind just speaking a little louder?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Is the mic on?
The mic is on. They can kind of hear you, but not great.
Okay, sorry.
Folks just email me at home, so it's all good.
Yeah, so if we are trying to focus on forested parcels and increasing that, then I think that's a separate conversation. And actually, I think this is an opportunity to increase or preserve forested land. And if we're trying to talk about increasing population density and addressing the housing crisis, I view this as almost being aligned with encouraging dense development within White River Junction as the climate action plan recommends. So all that being considered, I'm not aware of any new information that's come out to change HEC's our Energy Commission's recommendation. And we still stand united behind the preferred siting designation. And since this is the first time, I also talked to John Reed about process. In the future, if this were going to happen again, John and I are happy, and Molly are happy to do the same thing. But definitely want to make sure it works for you as well. So happy to have that conversation in the future or right now.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. The process, the first time going through can be a little unclear, and it's, there are a number of things about it that just like I said, aren't clear. Like who's sort of the primary on this, whose recommendation, holds the most weight, So definitely the process at some point is something I think that needs to be clarified on this. Does anyone have any questions for Jess? Kim?
I guess just like the first question that I asked Troy when he presented on the 5th was just summarizing, which may incorporate some of what you just shared, but why do you think this should be designated a preferred site? Just answer that question, please.
So 2 things. So the feeder that this project is going to interconnect to can only host up to 8 megawatts. So this is a conversation about this project as it relates to other parcels along that feeder. I'm aware of maybe 2 other industrially zoned parcels. At least one of those parcels already has solar on it. If Norwich has come to the town requesting this designation for a parcel that for most people would not be preferred, I also take issue with that word.
Why?
Because of issues like this. It's at first glance proposing to have 11-acre limits of disturbance for forested parcel is not what most people would say is preferred. But you have to look at the complete picture. You have to look at what the alternatives are and the fact that Norwich is recommending or requesting this designation. And offering to preserve the other 45 acres and make them available to the public, which is again unheard of as far as I'm concerned. I stand by that.
And maybe this is a question for Troy later, but the preservation of those additional 45 acres, is that guaranteed in any way? And I can come back to this if you're gonna
Planning
speak.
Commission chair might answer that as well, but the planning commission did have conditions there. We sent a letter that promised that, basically in writing promise.
Thanks.
At the request of the planning.
Thank you.
Have you done?
Yeah, I don't know if you're the one to answer this question or not, but you can answer this one, Lisa. Who currently owns this property in question?
I believe Norwich does.
Norwich Norwich
I believe so.
Solar,
You might be there.
Norwich Associates.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay. Do they also own the land that would be used for access road?
It's all one parcel.
All one parcel. And do I dare ask who owns Norwich Associates, or who are the primaries for Norwich Associates?
It's family trust.
The Payroll sisters, I believe, and not Payroll family, they put it up for sale.
Yeah, to be clear, it's not Norwich Technology.
Yeah, we're not,
No.
we're not associated with Norwich Associates.
Thank you for that.
The longtime family that owns the number of parcels.
And this would be accessed off of what town road? Prince Richard
Maybe,
Street.
Troy, you might, or
Okay.
why don't we, if we have questions for Troy, we should probably wait and see if
Okay.
he goes to the microphones.
All right. Good.
Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we want to hear from John Reed.
Yes, there's a hand up on screen, it's Kathy. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear from Kathy.
Okay, go ahead, Kathy.
Oh, hi, it's Kathy. I'm sorry. I'm happy to wait until John's done. I meant to have my hand up for when the people's testimony is complete.
Okay, well, we'll come back. We're going to try and keep the public comment, fairly quick on this because we had a very long meeting on the 5th, but we'll certainly get to you once we've heard from John.
John, do you want to either raise your hand or David, can you just make John Reed unmuted? Okay, so John Reed, if you're there, could you unmute yourself and talk with us? He might not be in front of his.
John, are you on? Okay. Okay, well then we'll just hold on until we know that John's back. I want to give people a chance to comment on this with the understanding that our vote was what it was, and at this point we haven't reconsidered, though it could be possible. And if anyone wants to comment publicly, you can. I just ask that you keep it fairly brief because we did not schedule a lot of time for this tonight. So if anyone in here wants to come up, they can go to the microphone, identify yourself and your town of residence, and
Thanks. I'll take the opportunity. My name is Sue Loskatoff and I live in Wilder. And I am a landowner adjacent to the property that is for sale. My husband and I have lived in that home for 21 years. And we have probably hiked or snowshoed or cross-country skied on at least 40 of those acres of that 57. So we're very familiar with it. I have a good sense of the entire property. I've looked at the map, where the 11 acres would be. And I know there's a lot of dead trees in that forest, so I'm not sure what they're doing for carbon versus what they're doing for carbon dioxide. I'm not an expert in that, but I know a lot of experts have weighed in on this matter. And I just want to say that best analogy I can think of is many years ago when I was in college and I used to walk by a building that someone told me housed the computer, because it was so big. And I feel like in 25 years, which would be the lifespan of these solar panels, by then the technology will have improved to the point we weren't going to need those big things. We'll find something else. We have a lot of really bright people working on these things. But I feel like for now, everything considered, that this is a go in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Reed's back.
All right, we're going to hear from John. We're going to bring you over, John. You just need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can. You're echoing a little bit.
You look like you're logged in twice. There you go.
I don't know what creates the echo. I'm still here. Have to turn his volume down.
Turn your computer volume off.
Okay.
No, now he's just muted.
So John, you wanna turn your speaker off, but not mute yourself.
I just turn the volume down as far as I go.
Or turn the volume down on the computer. John.
Sounds like something on Star Wars.
Oh,
John, you still there?
unmuted.
Okay.
John, maybe you should try to log off and log back in again.
Kim, did you say he's logged on in 2 places?
He was,
But now it's just one.
but no, don't remove him. Keep getting back.
He's definitely got a speaker turned on.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Let me give it another go, John.
Probably remove the one he was on.
Oh.
John, you there?
You do have a couple other hands up. if you
Yeah, we
wanna.
could go
Yeah,
down.
let's go to a couple other hands up and we'll work on getting John back.
Jessica's probably a good choice. She's
Okay,
pretty
Jessica,
good.
you can bring Jessica over.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you for inviting for Jesse, the energy folks, to speak. I am an abutter to the proposed project, and we're also in favor of it, but we really appreciate the additional perspective.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who else? Anyone else have a hand up?
Kathy had her hand up, is she?
Yeah, we've got one person here who'd like to speak. So if you could just identify yourself, your town and residence.
My name is John O'Neill. I live on Brookside Drive in White River Junction. I've lived butting to this property for 37 years. The people that own the property have been good neighbors for 37 years. They have chosen to keep this land open for at least that 37 years.
Yep.
And this project that Norwich Solar proposes will keep land open for at least another 20 years. I think the owners of the property have earned the right by paying taxes all these years to sell this property. The town will continue to receive those tax revenues from the property, plus the revenues from the value of the solar array. So I think it's a win-win for the town. The property, as far as for housing development, is really unfeasible. The cost of putting roads, sewer, water into this terrain would be just too expensive. It's a terrace type of property with lots of ledge and all those trees. So I think this is the proper use for this property in now and in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Is Kathy still over there?
Yep.
Kathy, you want to come over?
Hey, this is Kathy Melisick in Wilder, Vermont again. Just, what, half a mile away from the site, I guess. First of all, I thought this was technically 2 parcels, not 1 parcel. I also know that preferred siting is apparently a technical term and that a site must be deemed preferred in order to participate in solar net metering. So it's not just preferred as, sounding preferential just for terrain reasons or whatever. I've stated my preference for this site to be used for something other than a solar field, given that it's not part of our town plan when it comes to encouraging development in or near town centers and along transportation and roadways. This site is also near several schools. I believe it's zoned R3, and R3 is designed as a residential 3 zoning district to encourage predominantly residential development at lower densities in established neighborhoods. Reasons or whatever. Hello?
Hi. There was a little bit of an echo.
I think that's John. John.
Oh,
Yeah, pretty sure it's not me. Could you hear everything I said?
we did, yes. Do you have more to say?
Yeah, no, going along with the zoning and the town plan, the idea that we would just have this large chunk of land semi-devoured by this solar field I would not be in favor of it, given the services that are so nearby. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Is John available?
I've tried again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you, John.
Hey, I'm back
right.
from Mars, folks.
Thanks, John. So, sort of as the Energy Commission just did, if you could tell us to start at least, and we'll have questions probably, the process you went through to grant the preferred designation on the site, and sort of the reasons behind it, what your thinking was, or the commission's thinking. That would be great.
Okay, so the project, or the proposed project, first came on our agenda at our February 14th meeting, and it comes on the agenda in the first session of our hearing date under administrative matters. And administrative matters include such things as minutes, setting it, making sure people can attend the next meeting, that kind of thing. So the first thing I'd like to point out is for an issue of this magnitude, there probably needs to be something that gives the public a little bit more warning that there's a significant action to be taken. Secondly, from my perspective of serving for many years on the Planning Commission, is that the few times we've had a solar array come up, our understanding has been that this preferred site designation solely permits the applicant to file an application with the Public Utilities Commission for permission to go ahead and use the site for a solar array. And that's significant because there are a number of issues that come up with some sites, and this was one, that are difficult to address in a economic way at the local level, because the Public Utilities Commission is going to have the final say on whether the site can be used for this purpose. So with that being said, the initial polling of the members of the Planning Commission resulted in fairly satisfactory answers from Norwich Technologies as to what would be done to protect wildlife and whether there would be any visibility issues with the land that was cleared and the panels installed. And so there were no issues there. Because I'm also on the climate action steering team, raised the question of whether we were running afoul of the climate action plan because we were going to be cutting down 11 acres worth of trees. But the response basically was that these trees weren't particularly significant in the grand scheme of things, and that what was significant was that there'd be enough solar panels on the site to have a significant contribution to the town's energy. So, you know, those were really the issues discussed. We did also discuss what happened with the trees when they were cut down. Would they be taken off the site? And the plan was to take them off the site. We suggested that Norwich Technologies think about leaving trees on the site because even dead trees have a carbon sequestration attribute. We never got to a complete vote on whether to approve the preferred site status because the way the notice of the issue was raised in the warrant, it didn't clearly indicate that there would be a decision made. So it was put off to the next meeting, which occurred on March 21st. And by that meeting, we had received a letter from the Hartford Energy Commission saying that they had examined the proposal and they were in favor of giving Norwich Technology the preferred site designation. Their analysis, I thought, was substantive and showed that they'd spent some time thinking about it. And they're actually, in my mind, the people who have a lot more technical knowledge about energy matters than the Planning Commission does. So at any rate, at that point, we went ahead and we had a vote and we voted to approve the request, provided that Norwich Technologies provided the promised easement that would give public access to the entire 56 acres. So that was the process and the thinking.
Questions for John? Thank you very much, John. We appreciate it.
Okay, sorry for the technical problems.
Hey, no, it was a pleasant diversion. All right, thanks. So we've heard from the folks we invited. If we want, I guess, you know, we've heard from all sides of Troy. If you want to say anything, if Norwich Solar has any comment, they can comment. Again, there's no vote tonight on anything, and there may or may not be one in the future. We'll see. Sure. You don't have to.
So I will introduce Michael Staskis.
Okay.
Who you has presented before, but who runs our permitting process.
Thank you for having us back.
Sure.
My name is Martha Staskis and I'm a development officer at Norwich Technologies. We have done preferred siting in Hartford before for 2 other projects. We went through the process of meeting with the Planning Commission. I just would like to comment on the preferred site process in the sense that it is a process designated by the Public Utility Commission. It's part of the rules. And there are 9 different criteria for which a site can be designated preferred. One of which is the concept of getting the Planning Commission, the Select Board, and the Regional Commission's designation as it being preferred. And many towns have siting criteria that they go through. They've worked with the Regional Planning Commission. In this case, Two Rivers Ottaquechee has the Energy Committee, as I understand, has gone through and designated some criteria. They follow basically the Two Rivers plan in terms of, what are the environmental criteria? Are there known constraints and unknown constraints? The idea of designating a site preferred is to allow the project to receive a rate adjustment at the Public Utility Commission. So it's a net metered project, and the net metered rate per kilowatt hour compensation that it receives is why it has to get designated preferred. If it doesn't, it gets a negative economic hit. Okay, so that's one aspect. The other thing is that designating a site preferred does not preclude the town in any way from participating in the Public Utility Commission process. So it's not foregoing any rights and considerations. The project it allows the project to submit an application to the Public Utility Commission. And one of the criteria that has to be addressed is aesthetic assessment and orderly development. And so the aesthetic assessment would go through an analysis of the Queechy test, which is a pretty standardized renewable energy generation deployment review process. You folks probably know better than most where the Queechy test came from. It's from development on ridgelines in the 70s, I think. Anyway, so it's going to go through that. It's also going to have to provide an analysis of orderly development and how it impacts the orderly development of the town and of the region. So there's a more robust analysis that is done. Unfortunately, from a business perspective, we're not going to conduct all of that analysis if we don't know, we can't make an application. And so it puts us actually in an awkward position because we know we're going to be doing this. We haven't done it yet. We know enough information that we don't see any major roadblocks, but we have to get past the preferred siting designation at the town level.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask?
Yes, Kim.
Martha, can I ask you, so this has already gone before the Regional Planning Commission? No. Sort of one of my steadfast rules is we're not going to the Regional Commission until we have the town's okay. So our process is to go to the Planning Commission first. They're the ones that have created the plan, the town plan, right? And so they've taken these ideas into consideration. They're not a legislative body. So then we go to the Select Board, and we hope that the Select Board is deferring to their Planning Commission in those kinds of questions. Once we achieve those 2 sign-offs, if you will, then we'll go to the Regional Commission.
When you were speaking earlier, I got the impression that you were saying that regional came first, and I didn't think that was the case.
We have to get all 3.
Right.
Okay.
Well, all 3 meaning Energy Commission, Planning Commission, Select Board.
No, Planning
Commission,
Select Board, and Regional.
Regional. So the Energy Commission was just the sort of recommendation letter.
That's
position.
the town of Hartford's decision.
And I guess part of my reservations preliminary was it basically felt a little rubber stampy. Like I didn't feel, certainly myself, and I don't want to speak for the whole board, but I don't think many of us felt really qualified to be knowledgeable. And what what would be beneficial, I think, is if we did have, like, I feel like the Regional Planning Commission probably is more knowledgeable, and I would more confidently follow suit and just say, oh, well, if it's recommended by the Regional Planning Commission, then sure, I'm more likely to write off on it, because I sat in on both the February 14th and the March 21st Planning Commission meetings, and also just felt like Planning Commission was perfectly appropriate, but also didn't necessarily present a super qualified, confident, like, oh, absolutely, this is a must do. I'm just kind of sharing with you some of the reservations that I had.
I think that's a great point, actually. I would suggest thinking about it from the Regional Commission. The Regional Commission doesn't want to go against what the town wants to do. And that's the rub. And maybe a process I would suggest for Hartford is to work with the Regional Commission at the beginning. You know, I mean, we try to send out a package of information that includes a conceptual site plan and a general description of our analysis based upon publicly available data. And I would propose maybe the town the Planning Commission would want to send that on to the Regional Commission and get their input right off. And I will say Two Rivers has a very nice form to fill out. It basically asks, it actually asks, have you gone to the town? So that's one of their questions, but they ask what data has been collected from the ANR natural resource mapping, natural resource atlas that ANR puts together. So you have to address each of those criteria. It talks about early development, I think. The other one that we always do is we file a project review form with the Division of Historic Preservation. So that have that request in. And so the Regional Commission wants to know if there's been any historic resources that would be potentially impacted. So they have a very nice form that could be helpful.
And has Norwich Solar filled out that form?
No, because we haven't gotten your okay.
Right, well, I guess I understand that, but for example, if
the one to the Division of Historic Preservation?
No, to the Regional Planning Commission.
No.
So it's not like that would be a document that we could review less the, have you gotten approval from the town yet?
Oh, we could fill it out, but it won't have that, and we won't
have
do that. Right, and that's why
But
they won't
potentially-
sign off on it. I mean, I've done it in another town, I can't remember which one it was, but we hadn't completed the process with the other towns, but I wanted to get the paperwork in, and Peter basically said, we're not signing off on this until the town does. So it just sits.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of hands on Zoom. Quick comments.
Yeah, we've got Heather, Kenny, and we have Eric.
Okay, let's start with Heather.
Heather, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Heather Tenney, and I am an abutter to the proposed Norwich Solar site. I found out about the project this last weekend, and in reaching out to other neighbors, I've learned that there are other neighbors who have not received notification about the project either. I appreciate that the select board has already taken a vote on this, and I think the proximity of the site to vernal pools, deer wintering areas and corridors, primary forest, and the fact that the site is wooded makes it not a good candidate for a preferred sites designation. The criteria laid out by TRORC seems to be like a great list of how to determine a preferred site. And that includes areas that are already paved, already cleared, gravel pits, landfills, superfund sites are much better sites for priority preferred usage than a site that is currently undisturbed woodland. So I appreciate all the work that everyone that has spoken here today has done and the prior vote of the select board. I know it's really hard to find a good site for a solar area, and that's difficult. So I appreciate the work that has been done on that. And I am in favor of the town's efforts of having more solar energy. I just think that this site, for many reasons, especially the ones laid out in TRORC, does not make the preferred designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. All right, we'll go to Eric. Eric, if you have a comment.
Did we lose him? Oh, no, it's not.
Okay, Eric, if you're back, you can make a comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Kraus, Town of Hartford. I'll try to be pretty brief here. I think some of Kim's questions are interesting, but what is, I think, valuable about this process of local control and local decision-making is that we as a town get to apply our values to the land and the land use formulas, if you will. Kicking this off to the PUC, which is a quasi-judicial body, they're under more limitations. Basically, they have a set of rules that they need to follow. We have a little bit more latitude, I think, the board does, in making a decision. And so I think applying some of our local values here is important. The chair of the Planning Commission mentioned that this would be a significant contribution to the town's energy. I'm going to counter that with the facts. 2019, the town of Hartford across all three sectors, residential, commercial, and industrial, consumed 105 gigawatt hours. This proposal expects to generate 1 gigawatt hour, so less than 1%. So we need to address things on the demand side as well.
This Eric, did this track, is this the same testimony you gave us at the April 5th?
It is not.
Okay, thanks.
It is not. This is what I'm saying here is addressing things on the demand side is important. And we're talking about basically 1% tightening our belts across the town to save 11 acres and 500 feet of road building in an otherwise undisturbed forest. I also wanted to just comment very briefly on this type of net metering. So I have concerns not only about the site and the properties of the site being it's forested, for example, but also this type of net metering. So there's no on-site load. And this is a type of net metering that is not very attractive anymore at this point in solar development in the state of Vermont. What happens is this power goes onto the grid, and that ends up raising the rates for ratepayers. In 2019, ratepayers in Vermont paid, there was rate pressure of 5.4% due to net metering. And this is in the Department of Public Services annual report on net metering. Their conclusion is that net metering has made important contributions to Vermont's energy supply mix. However, after more than 20 years and hundreds of megawatts of installed projects, it's past time for an overhaul of net metering compensation structure. The primary resource developed under net metering is solar generation, which is also being developed through competitive solicitations at substantially lower costs. If Vermont is serious about reducing climate change, it is imperative that the state be willing to take an objective view of what programs are helping to achieve this purpose. So the point here is that we not only need to look at the site, but we need to look at the type of solar that's being installed on this site. It's very attractive for the installer and their investors on the secondary market. It doesn't do a heck of a lot of good for Hartford. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Again, we're not making any substantive vote tonight. If there is a change of heart on some of the select board members and this comes up again, everyone will certainly have an opportunity to come in and comment. I think we have plenty to think of. We thank everyone for coming in, but unless there's further questions from the select board, I'm going to move on to commission reports. Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to say that after that last meeting, I felt like so much depended on whether you were talking about trees. And one of the things that I recently came across that seemed to put a lot more emphasis on what I hope all of our goals are, is climate solutions. And some of you may have, I already talked with Dana Clausen about this. Some of you may have already done this, but there is online, it is free, En-ROADS Climate Solutions Simulator with John Sturman. And I attended one of these Zoom meetings where he actually went through this simulation. And I can give you, I made copies, if you want to try it yourself. He recommends that people do it in groups. Our committees could do this, our town could do this. But what happens in the simulator, and they did it right in front of us, and this was Zoomed through Burlington, was they give you all the data. This is from MIT. They give you all the data. You put in, okay, this is what's going to happen by the end of the century, 6.8 degrees Fahrenheit of added on to what our temperatures are. Then you start putting in information. Okay, what if we want to do carbon pricing? What if we want to get rid of coal? What if we want to do renewables, et cetera, et cetera? When you put those in, it will show you graphs and everything of how that will affect the temperatures that are going to rise. And one of the things that was in my mind, and somebody asked it before I could even do it, was the whole idea of afforestation versus deforestation. Afforestation, adding forests. Deforestation, and we're talking about on a global level. And one of the things that just shocked me was that if we quit deforestation right away, that's all over the world, including Brazil, it would only raise the temperature, or it would only decrease the temperature by 0.1. Carbon pricing decreases by 2 degrees. If we put in 1 billion trees, we add 1 billion trees, it will only lower by 0.1. And so what I think we have to do is we have to look at a bigger picture and all the things. And I think I really felt that night we got hung up on one thing that we do have values. We love our forests and our trees. That's why we have Vermont that is 75 to 80% forested. But we also have a planet that's burning up. And we also have to consider other solutions. And I'm not saying one is better than the other, because I don't think we can do that. I think you have to look at a lot of things. So I really encourage people that in the town to get together to try this simulator to work. And because I think it's absolutely amazing. And the climate action people are understandable about what this all entails. So if, I brought this information, if there's anybody who wants to be able to access it through Facebook or through MIT, that's fine. I'll give you that information. You can play with it yourself and look at what we're doing at the larger picture rather than at a smaller picture, because it's really going to affect all of us at some point in time. So educate, we're all trying to educate ourselves in all the possibilities.
Thank you, Mary.
I just wanted to see if we're kind of leaving this, which is, I'm sure, not very comfortable with Norwich Solar. And I guess it would be curious to know, if they're, you must have purchase and sale agreement, you must have, I'd be curious to know, what, if there was to be another movement, another vote, do we leave it outside of our court, or is it in our court to say if something's going to happen, it needs to happen by?
I don't know, if there's some deadlines out there before Norwich Solar just says, we're not going to get this approval, we're just going to abandon it. I don't know. That's one thing. At the select board, the vote was 4-2 with an abstention. If I hear from board members who voted not to give preferred site that they would reconsider it, then I would put it on. I would ask that we schedule it. So, I mean, I don't know. It sort of depends. You know, we voted it down. It was 4-2. It's going to take at least 2 select board members to reconsider after hearing all this. And I don't know. If that doesn't happen, you know, I don't think I would schedule another vote just because it wouldn't change anything. So, all right. Everybody good? All right, stay tuned. If there is a vote in the future to reconsider, we'll certainly put it on the agenda and let everybody know, and everyone will have a chance to weigh in again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to commission reports. We can start with Kim.
Oh, so is the conflict of interest policy, that's a part of the consent?
Yeah, it's part of the consent agenda. Commission reports. All right, I'll start with Lanny.
Sorry, I have nothing yet.
Nothing. Okay, Rocket's gone. Ally, do you have anything?
I do. Sorry, I was pulling it up. So just quick update on ad hoc committee on emergency shelter. Just the RV policy work is just delayed because the committee is waiting for the next opportunity for a workshop with the planning commission. Such a workshop would need to take place after the planning commission gets through its upcoming hearings. So there's a delay on that. And then Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion. The committee welcomed and met Rachel Hobart, Hartford's new peer support advocate, who intends to attend the HCORE meetings regularly. It was great to meet her, and appreciated our town manager joining us to talk about some aspects of the strategic plan, such as the public information officer, DI trainings, community public safety review, and she offered some great ideas for areas that HCORE can actually plug in on, particularly with the community public safety review and public information officer. And I think there's an HCORE update maybe upcoming in the next select board meeting. And then finally, just want to let folks know that the Hartford School District's Equity Coordinator and the newly formed BIPOC Family Resource Group, they're putting together this weekend, it's Sunday, May 22nd, 11-2, Hartford High School football field, a multicultural community celebration. So would encourage folks to attend. It sounds like it's gonna be great.
Great, thanks, Ally. Mary, do you have anything?
I don't.
Oh, Dan. Oh, Kim.
Planning Commission held a workshop last night on May 16th. They're continuing discussion on their work around a proposed zoning change that would allow multi-unit residential and mixed use for the Ballard Vale Drive Route 5 area across from the VA hospital. And the commission took public comment on proposed objectives for the district, conditional uses, as well as recommended floor area ratio.
Fantastic. I don't have anything to add, so we can go to the consent agenda. Dan.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we do the final approval of the conflict of interest policy revision, approve the payroll ending 5/14/2022, approve meeting minutes of 5/3/2022, approve AP manifest of 5/13 and 5/17/2022, select board meeting dates of 6/14 and 6/28, with 5/31/2022 already being approved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Consent agenda. I will take a motion to adjourn the select board meeting.
So moved.
Kim.
All those in favor?
Ally, second.
Aye.
Non-debatable.
Kim and Ally.